Harshita?
Yes, ma'am. We
Okay, am I
welcome
audible? Yes, you can
you.
continue.
You are audible, ma'am.
Okay, okay, thank you everyone. Good evening and good morning and namaste to each and everyone present here. As we all are together for this deep digital educational ethics and paradigm of 2026. As the topic for this 2 days seminar conference is navigating digital transformation, AI ethics, and the future of work now. So I welcome each and everyone, each participants, delegates, resource persons, uh, and the special panelists and focus policy panelist chairpersons of this conference. As we all know that we stand civilized crossroads. Digital transformation is no longer a forecast. It is the present tense of our lives. Every institution around us, universities, hospitals, banks, government, offices, is being fundamentally restructured by technology. And the standing at the center of this restructuring is artificial intelligence, AI. But the technology, as Dr. Radhakrishnan reminded us, is never merely a tool. So, when we ask what is happening to our world through digital transformation, we must simultaneously ask what kind of world do we want? What values uh, should we guide the machines we are building? Who decides, who benefits, and who is left behind? These are not technical questions, these are ethical questions, and it is these that will guide our conversation for today and tomorrow. So, I ask Harshita to invite our guest for the further session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful address for the conference today. Now, it's my distinct honor to introduce our opening speaker, Professor Dr. Dilip Kumar Mohanachandran. Professor Dilip Kumar is a distinguished academic leader, former Vice Chancellor of Hensar University, Nigeria, and International Research Fellow at Segi University, Malaysia. With more than 25 years of experience in academia, research, leadership development, and institutional transformation, he has made remarkable contributions across the field of strategic management, entrepreneurship, human resource management, organizational behavior, business innovation. His scholarly achievements include over 200 peer reviewed research publications, numerous books, patents, copyrights, case studies, and keynote addresses delivered across more than 25 countries. His work has earned him several prestigious national and international recognition for academic excellence, leadership, and research impact. Today, we are privileged to benefit from his vast expertise and global perspective. So let's welcome Dr. Dilip Kumar Mohana Chandan for the opening address.
Thank you, Harshita. Thanks to ICERT. It's the second time I feel coming to this platform, and especially let me thank uh, Sandeep sir, a good friend of mine, a long years, and uh, a special greetings to him also. At the same time, I'm taking uh, maybe 20-25 minutes to introduce this particular topic to you as the guest of honor, and the theme which is selected is so inspiring me to deliver a content which is more beneficial to the entire academic fraternity. So, my topic today, I'm just making a short presentation today, and that is fully connected to what you would say the topic, which is exactly we are exactly moving ahead with. That is what you would say education 5.0. This is a basic topic, the fundamental discussion we are going to make today, but my content is a bit heavy. So I will be moving a bit fast in this. So let me go with, okay, perfect. So I'll be briefing about Education 5.0, how we have moved from Education 1.0 to 5.0. When you have to talk to Education 5.0, you cannot miss out Industrial 1.0 to Industrial 5.0, which started in, what you would say, Japan, and integration of uh, technology, specifically AI in pedagogies, AI in teaching and learning, AI in assessment. At the same time, when we are using AI, we need to be very clear of to what extent we can use it, how we can use it. Do we have that the code of conduct or ethical principles to use it? And finally, I would like to connect the content with the future of work. So this is exactly being the guest speaker, as a guest of honor, I can introduce this topic to you. So when you talk about these, what you would say, future of work, the future of work, which is connected to the change which is happening. At the same time, there is a revolution of the skills connected to the employability. When you talk about industrial revolution, one, agrarian community, those who have the land, they segregate together and do the agriculture farming activities. Those who doesn't have also will be getting a space to do that work, and somehow they survived. So work performed by hand. So the change happened when industries have moved to. So when you look upon industry 1.0, the academic, the education system fully connected to what knowledge you want is basically connected with agriculture. But the change happened is industrial movement, industrial revolution, where iron, textiles, water wheels, steam. It's a movement from agrarian society to a steam engine based society. So what exactly happened? People who no longer were able to farm, they moved towards factories. They got some job. They don't have any skill set at all. So they reskilled. Some of them get into the job as oil makers, ironsmiths, mechanics. So the most important aspect is the skills which we have, the education we have with us, uh, linked to agriculture is not no longer needed. It turned to be having low demand and different jobs connected with industry stream have come up. So there exactly the movement of second industrial revolution has come up. Expansion of the pre-existing industries happened. So here, steel, oil, and electricity. So the knowledge pertaining to these steel, oil, electricity invented, and the industry connected to that electricity has come. So new skills need to be imbibed. So that is not previously existing. So something which is permanent in life is change, and every society try to adjust with that. So there is a transition from steam power to electricity, like telephone, like bulb, phonographs, all are turned to be the uh, industrial production. But when you look at the third industrial revolution, moving from steam and electricity, agriculture to steam, electricity to move towards more of a kind of technology, digital technology revolution is happening 1980s onwards. So jobs got replaced by computers. All along, they were performed by people manually, have moved towards the technology integration. Computers have come, softwares, developing softwares, software testing, software integration, hardwares for the softwares to perform. So the new jobs are fully connected with softwares and hardware. So that's the same thing we need to understand in connection with this change is that education also changing. What to be educated, decided by the market. So if you want to get a job or you are employable, you need to get that kind of education. That's the message I would like to give. So, and we adjusted this kind of movement. Then coming into the fourth industrial revolution, which is moving, it is almost in a high veracity and velocity, it is moving. So here we can see the extreme application of technology, even though the digitalization or digital integration started in third industrial revolution, but its extreme application in fourth industrial revolution happened. Robotics, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, nanotechnology, quantum computing, biotechnology, 3D printing, all of them. Even we are talking about autonomous vehicle, you just have to get into the car and you just have to press exactly where exactly you have to go. And robots will, industrial IIoTs and robots will lead you to that particular destination and you have to pay through the cards. So cashless society with autonomous vehicles and likewise it's happening. So you can see that 3D printing, robotic application, even surgeries are performed with the support of metaverse in the sense that virtual and augmented realities integrated towards extended realities and mixed realities and try to perform that one in medical field, engineering field, in tech field, everywhere it's penetrating. Even the classes, you don't have to. The teacher, no need to go to the classroom and have to show that this is the engine and this is exactly the parts of the engine. Instead of that, a kind of augmented reality based virtual reality platforms are there. And we call it as metaverse, with which you can see every part. When you touch a particular part, it comes to you and explain to you much, much, much better than a teacher. A teacher has limitation of 1 hour to take the session, but there is no limitation. Anytime you can go back, rewind it, understand it. Technology changing the landscape of education. In this context, we need to talk about fifth industrial revolution. Fifth industrial revolution, where exactly we are talking about artificial intelligence and manufacturing. Transportation in the world of technology, supply chain management, everywhere AI application is getting into. Mass customization, sentiment analysis, all kinds of application with the support of machine learning or NLP or DL, deep learning. It's happening. So the robots machine interface, that is the particular era with which we need to talk about education 5.0. So when you talk about education 5.0 or the kind of changes which are happening in industries, robotic applications are coming, chatbots and all kinds of bots are coming into the picture. So that is creating a kind of challenges to the productivity, global economy to the productivity, while not compromising on the employment of the human workers. So there is one side, human knowledge, human understanding, human interpretation, and human way of operations, which with the support of the robotic application or IIoTs, industrial IoTs and likewise. So there is a collaborative working of human and robots. That exactly the phase with which entire teachers are moving now. Entire academic system is moving now. Entire education system is moving now. We need to accept and we need to adopt or adapt it and move on. And we cannot resist it because that kind of pace with which it is penetrating into the university system or academic system. So it brings together interconnected devices, invisible networks, all these things, data based, everything based on data, and millions of data can be evaluated very fast, make the exact analysis and come up with a proper suggestions, and you can take a best of decisions. So industry 5.0 and 5.0, that 4.0, the difference, industry 5.0 differs mass personalization and the human touch by relying on robots or cobots. So the robots have developed a stronghold in manufacturing with the help of industry 4.0 technology. They're all connected, but the expansion of it happened. Knowledge also to be expanded. Teaching and learning process also to be expanded. So it has provided a flexibility in manufacturing. Of course, some of the jobs have been taken away by the machineries, but they're trying to. We understand that consequence, negative consequence of it, layoffs and likewise. But what we have to understand is that they're going to be with us, and they're going to make the process more effective, more flexible. So we need to merge with that. So if you want to understand the future of education, then we have to understand it through the industrial revolution. So when you talk about the progression of education, now I'm moving towards more education in comparison with industries, because if I don't tell about industries, you won't be able to catch up this education requirement. It's a kind of congregation needed. So education 1.0, with which lectures and memorization happened. Education 2.0, internet-based education. Education 3.0, knowledge-based education. Industry-based education has come up in industry education 4.0, innovation, digital integration started. Now we understood that technology is penetrating into the classrooms in every aspects, whether it is learning management system or it is simulations or any kind of things you take into consideration. It's come. So we need to look at the ethics and humanism based education. It's very important because technology is replacing human being a little, but cannot do fully. But we need to be very cautious. So education 1.0, teacher centric, delivered by the teacher, dependency of students towards the teacher is very high. Everything what teacher is telling, okay, text-based learning, essays, assignments, and tests were conducted, campus-based learning, and work is done in the classroom. That exactly the pattern of education 1.0. So the consequence is that passive learning, students, how they are integrating that knowledge, no idea. There are slow learners, there are medium learners, there are high learners, genius. So you cannot have a kind of customization of education. Standard texts are there, you study, no proper evaluation of teachers decide, no exposure, classroom only, no interaction with other institutes or we visit a students exchange or a kind of campus exchange, no, nothing at all. So no teacher training also was it. What teacher having the knowledge, people think that is the ultimate knowledge. It's monotonous and the students were not feeling free to talk. But when you talk about education 2.0, exam-based little bit movement started, teacher to student and student to teacher. So one way of education changed to teacher to student and student to student interaction started. That interaction was not there in education 1.0. Students' behavior shifted to passive to bit active because interaction was happening. Professors serve as a guide. Open educational resources started, got a lot of e-learning platforms and like this, but not extremely making use of. The teachers even don't have the skill to use it, but it's available. So traditional assessment approaches from education 1.0 are being adapted to open technologies. They're going towards more online options and likewise. So there is an increased international collaborations. What exactly the consequence of education 2.0? Promote memory-based knowledge. Students will be assigning only on the basis of exam. Not much interaction between students and teachers. Still, even though that interaction started, not highly entertained by these a kind of what you would say, a dictated type of teaching style of the teachers. They don't entertain. Only a few educational resources open available. As usual, traditional exam patterns and project practices, little bit project-based practice with learning started. That's a change we can observe. But when you do education 3.0, student-centric, absolutely. Teacher to, that's all happening. But here the three C's are communicating, contributing, and collaborating. So the collaboration efforts between the students, between teachers and students, and between the teachers also started. So the professor turned to be having the role of an organizer. Flip classroom, students active participation, all this started. So free open educational sources also have come up. A lot of students started using it. There are regional and institutional boundaries are there, but still they started using with the language which is commonly available. New entry into new institutions and students participate in the creation of sources and of their participation, students' participation into developing little bit contents that started in education 3.0. So the consequence learning is not but outcome-based. Outcome-based education is not still happening. Just like we are talking about PEO, PLO mapping or PLO, CLO mapping or CLO, TLO mapping. No, nothing at all. Do not talk about research designs or innovation, nothing. No dynamic learning environment still to us. No holistic and cognitive still development still. We are lacking behind that. It's happening. Education happening. But where the students, that's what exactly the problem of employability. So interdisciplinary education, a little bit, that is not even, that means now people are talking about, especially in Indian scenario, NEP, National Education Policy clearly mentioned about interdisciplinary teaching and learning, as well as multidisciplinary research and likewise, that people are taught. They're not talking at all at that time. Now it's talking. No adequate physical infrastructure, absolutely. Labs and likewise, just adjust and move. So guideline policies from the government was very blurred. Now it's getting more of a clarity, but it was not there. Personalized education started. So now it's moving towards education 4.0. Then only I can talk about education 5.0 a lot and connecting that with employability. So here the situation, education 4.0 outcome-based learning started. Teacher to student, students to teacher, and student to student. That's the movement started in education 4.0. So the three C's, connected connectors, they're acting as in-between connection, teacher, student, institution, creators, constructivists, all interaction started. Action-based teaching is practiced. Students' behavior is more and more turned to be active. And we are talking more about entrepreneurs, co-creators, personalized education. Personalized education, where a little bit we started applying artificial intelligence and ML learning's application, little bit, not too extreme. Because majority, there is a divide, extreme divide in education, those who have and those who have not. Especially I taught around more than 4 years in Africa, more than 5 years in Africa. I can understand the rural areas, there is no electricity. They cannot even talk about AI, ML, GL, NLP or anything. They still lack. The government has to take initiative to absolutely provide electric facility with a grid and like with an alternative options and like that's not happening. The school system still into education 1.0 rather than education 4.0. So there is extremely kind of technology divide, power divide. We are living in a society, that kind of academic system with which we need to discuss, deliberate in this conference where exactly we want to take our third world countries or the countries which doesn't have all these resources, how we can support. I spent around 5 years to support them. Still, I'm supporting my African, what you would say, teachers as well as researchers, and even I was the vice chancellor of a university in Nigeria. I was exactly into the extreme interiors of Africa, and we built a campus. Why? Even though we don't have that kind of absolute facilities, somewhere we need to start this movement. So kind of holistic development, assuring that one. And we are trying to bring that. So here there is a dynamic learning management system. The consequence is that they don't talk about innovation. Still, it's there, but not extremely. No proper intellectual and technical infrastructure. You see the African scenario or the Southeast Asian extreme. That means Indonesian, and I was there in Indonesia, Malaysia, and different. Malaysia don't consider, but a lot of Vietnam and Cambodia and likewise, you cannot imagine the kind of situation with which they are moving. So very few urban institutions. And this education 4.0, remote areas still, that's what I was exactly mentioning about ICT technologies, very less. E-learning facilities, they cannot think at all. So insufficient for building knowledge base for 230, it's 2030. It's very difficult. So inadequate to develop transformation competencies to the market, to the stakeholders, very difficult. No implementation of national and international. Even I was in Nigeria, National University Commission, NUC. I was visiting every day. Now they have come up with a kind of what you would say CCMAS, and likewise 30% skill acquisition is happening and 70% still they have to follow the entire traditional curriculum. But the traditional curriculum is totally outdated. And they're not able to produce, what do you say, day zero onward, somebody can work in the market. Their education is failing totally. And teachers are there. Everybody is a kind of win-win strategy. Students are also getting the certificate and teachers are also getting salary. Things are moving in that way. So where the education is moving now. So institute and teachers were not focusing on research, or they don't have that resources to engage into that. I cannot blame them at all. They don't have the resources to engage into. If you provide the resources and the funding system, of course, they can think about best of researchers and breakthrough researchers, and likewise, they cannot think about it. They have to think about their life first because the salary package also very less, so they cannot focus on that. So a lot of dynamics with which the teachers are moving. So in this context, digital age of industry, industry 4.0 and industry 5.0, you can see that the same change happening, digital age of education, education 4.0 to education 5.0. So familiarization of the students with the technologies happen in education 4.0. I'm talking not about extremely low level of resources, such kind of countries and likewise, but I'm talking more of a kind of upper middle countries, and they started using it. Join with neurosciences for human development, all kinds of things. So in this context, I'm taking you to this topic of this international conference. What is Education 5.0? Education 5.0, use of new technologies, provide more humanized teaching. Humanized. Technology is taking care of. Technology is trying to grab your role, and how we can make it how we can work with a machine and a teacher, students' societal and emotional development, how we can ensure that when you are dealing with the laptops, the screens, and kind of assignments coming from the technology decide what kind of learning pattern you should have for a student, where exactly the teacher is standing. So the solutions that improve life society, they're trying to look at it. Education 5.0 is trying to humanize the education with a mission integrating. So this is exactly we need to understand the change. So a chain that links digital technologies, human, social, emotional skills to promote well-being, and it's a boom of in our day-to-day digital. Digital is moving, so everywhere it is happening. Education also, you cannot resist. And AI, IoT, data processing, other tools are used. I used to take sessions for teaching and learning for 2 hours, how AI can be applied. Like some of the tools like Magic AI and the Magic School AI definitely can replace a teacher. But ultimately, when they have to decide which assignment, is it right or not, they will tell you technology. But last moment, you need to take a decision, a teacher. So humanizing that aspect is coming up. So more of online classes, distance learning happening. So there is a big difference between education 4.0 and education 5.0. Role of technology in education is to promote the speed, accuracy, and knowledge in instruction. That is exactly 4.0. So industrial technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, gamification, NLPs, everything was using. The goal is to bring education closer to technological advances, that to create more direct communication with the new generation, where who no longer can live without technology. That's the way it is happening. So education 5.0 is the outgrowth of this idea. It doesn't discard the proposals of education 4.4, but it is a kind of augmentation happening. But more of a social and emotional integration is happening with education 5.0 in order to promote the lesser environmental impact. Impact is there, technology impact is there to reduce that one. So, not going very deep into that, education specifically includes putting human qualities, identifying skills and roles. So, they're talking more about innovativeness, creativity, critical thinking, all these skills. In addition to that, ensuring the compassion that is losing with the technology. Market company needs understanding, then try to rearrange the curriculum and trying to fix it. So it's offering a big picture. This is exactly connected with Industry 5.0. They're acting as the learners acting as a change agents. And they're also engaged into curriculum development, teach students also. Teaching learners to be mindful of their interaction with the technology, how far you can, to what extent we have to use it. It's not that you got a technology that's to be used 200% so that I can sit at home and do nothing. That's not the way of integration of technology. Integration of technology, to what extent it is needed, that only to be integrated. That's the way we need to limit the technology. Otherwise, technology will overrule the human brain. It should not happen at all. So, a good physical, mental health, all these things are our objective. In addition to the teachers, what you would say, the technology integration, the teachers have to counsel, mentor, tutor. In addition to the technology, they have to engage into that. So, ensuring they're a physical, mental, spiritual, and all kinds of things, a holistic human being, that is exactly the purpose. They're actually trying for that. So, the problem, but what we are facing is excessive use of technology that's to be curbed. We need to prepare our students towards lifelong learning, making sure the educational offer develops ability, engage in continuous learning, and freedom of curriculum goals, learning outcomes from conventional qualifications and likewise. That exactly. So the benefits of 5.0, putting human qualities in the center of education. That was not happening. 1.0 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 it was not happening. Now, the purpose of education 5.0, putting human qualities in the center of education, that we are losing because of extreme overlapping of technology on the academic arena at the same time, teaching and learning process. So preparing students, lifelong learning, relevant, personalized, those we are not, we call it as inclusive education. We are losing certain students, those who are slow learners. Technology is supporting, but that support, we need to make use of it. I'll explain that one. When AI, we have to use it and likewise. So start from here to movement. You can see that passive learning to emerging active learning to fully active learning to project-based learning to research-based learning. It's happening. Emerging technologies. A lot of technologies. Now, the second part of this conference, which is connected to digital integration, digital technologies, and likewise. A lot of technologies we are using. Internet of Things, augmented reality, machine learning, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, mixed reality, cloud computing, data science, all are penetrating into our education system. So digital transformation in education is happening. Putting some lights on this, how we can leverage the AI in functional education. How we can enhancing the learning outcomes, improve the efficiency, prepare the students for the future. This is exactly the purpose of AI integration. So some ways AI can support us is one, personalized learning. It is very difficult. A teacher going to classroom, 100 students are sitting. Can you go with each student and tell you are a slow learner and you don't know this particular content, you don't have any idea about grammar, syllables, all kinds of, you cannot go with every student. You don't have the time at all. You are getting around 10 hours, 8 hours to 10 hours in a school day, and likewise, how we can do that? Their machines are supporting a teacher. What exactly they are doing machines? They analyze the needs of the students, abilities of the students, and learning styles. Some are slow learners. Their learning style is not that high paced enough to extract the contents coming from a particular paragraph or a textbook, and likewise they are supporting. Machine observe you, understand you, describe you. Students are facing stress. They don't understand it. And then when you make the first assessment and second assessment, continuous assessment, they try to capture your performance and likewise, and they try to brief you that, okay, this student is lagging behind and this student is okay. 100 students, you are getting a report. So what they're doing, analyzing the learning patterns, students, designing specific courses based on slow learners, specific curriculum can be prepared. Providing suggestions for any gaps in learning that can be done. Tracking students' progress easily possible with the support of mission. So adaptive learning is one aspect. So how do adaptive learning system works? Adjust the learning difficulty and sequence of the material. Machines can do that. Machines easily observe each student, 100 students, they try to track through the software and they try to evaluate. And they will be telling you that this student cannot catch up that content, teacher. So the student may be, what you would say, having the inhibition to ask the question. So that student can be taken care of by the machine. Machine will tell the teacher that the student is having problems. So indirect way, the machine is giving a report, progress report, continuous progress report. And they ensure that they are challenged, but not over. They don't have any embarrassment at all in the slow learning pattern. So data-driven assessments also possible. The assessments turn to be completely data-driven. How much a student has completed during the teaching and learning process, in the learning process, how far they can go ahead, how far they have integrated the content, and based on that, you will make the assessment system. So any kind of strengths, weaknesses, misconceptions. So a student is able to do that. For example, a student having the wrong answer on the math problem reveal that a student needs help with multiplication. So machines support that student to get into more multiplication questions and make them to skill enough to get into the next level. If a student struggle, dynamic content adjustment is possible with the technology, with the AI. It provides additional resources, explanation, and remedial content. Remedial content. We know that the student is not performing, but remedial content is most important aspect. There exactly we need to think of every student. A teacher cannot get into humanly difficult. We need to understand 100 students are sitting difficult for us. So if a student excels, it allows them to advance more challenging. That means if a student is genius, give extremely difficult, perplexed questions and likewise in comparison with the slow learners and medium learners. Real-time feedback, everyday feedback is getting rather than summative, and you know that finally one examination is happening and that particular only a teacher comes to know that, okay, the student doesn't have any idea about the subject. So real-time feedback means every day A teacher is getting a kind of report, and with the report, they can focus on slow learners, medium learners, and high learners. Personalized pathway is possible. Each student we can prepare. Each student, I'm talking not about a class. Each student you can prepare personalized learning based on their capacity, their own IQs, and likewise. So benefits, improved learning outcomes, higher engagement possible, reduced achievement gaps between the high achievers and the slow achievers. We can reduce the gap exactly. We can take the class together, and it also empower the teacher. Insight into student progress and providing target support. They can focus more into mentoring, tutoring, upskilling, and reskilling, and a lot of things they can engage to instead of that typically get in the classroom. So when you look into implementation of 5.0, they required infrastructure for education. Models and methods, requirement of 5.0, human values and modification. That means some modification existing Bloom's taxonomy also needed. If I have the time, I will explain. Otherwise, I'll skip it out. When you look at models and methods, look at the models differences in model and methods. So present teaching, passive and project-based in methods, active learning, problem-based, face-to-face learning model, web-based, online, all these things are the models we can take into consideration, and the methods like inquiry-based or research-based and likewise. So a lot of aspects are coming. Blended learnings like face-to-face, virtual classroom, webinars, links, simulations, assessments, one-to-one coaching possible. But hybrid learning also possible. Online in open in-person classes tracks progress, suits different learning styles for different types of learners. Ethic optimization possible, teacher empowerment, all are aspects which are connected with hybrid learning. So what are the required infrastructure there? ICT, when you try to integrate Internet of Things, virtual and augmented reality, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, all are aspects of the new technology emerging. At the same time, the technology to be integrated is learning management system, which is more connected with integrated learning management system, collaborative virtual platforms, MOOCs, Moodle, cloud platform, cybersecurity labs, robot teaching, holograms, all are web-based technologies we needed. Then only we can think about advancement in education. Institute level and classroom level also infrastructures are different. Virtual digital technology-based sustainable universities, we need to look at how we can integrate technology and without affecting a lot social, economical, or environmental, the planet, all people, planet, all these things we are talking about. Open innovation, laboratory, startups, intellectual patent rights, all are institute level infrastructure we need it. When you talk about education 4.0 and 5.0. So at the same time, classroom level, we need smart classrooms, innovative furniture, smart architecture, buildings, all are important. AI-based medical facilities where they have to do the surgery with simulations. So digitalization class, there also we can see the competencies and skills are different. Critical thinking, soft skills like critical thinking, cooperation and collaboration, verbal and non-verbal communication, creativity, innovation, growth mindset, all are connected to soft skills. But hard skill training and development is very important. More of skill-based education should come, then only the employability, future of work we can integrate. Sorry. Technological knowledge skills, capacity to research and innovation-based skills, emerging technology skill, technology-based, all kinds of things needed. In these aspects, I have to talk about future of work, the last part of this conference. In the first part, we have talked about, the change, industrial, to the agrarian to industrial, to move towards digital, to more of robotic, and now humanizing. And the same thing happened in education. And we moved from education 1.0 to 5.0. Now we have to integrate education with the future of work. Disturbing light is that extreme automation, employment totally changed. More than education, skills are coming into the picture. And if you have that, your wages okay. So change in expectation also a kind we need to look at and they require. Sorry. The problem with our academic system is academic inflation. What is this academic inflation all about? You know that even when a higher degree is not necessary to perform certain jobs, the companies are asking. A PhD holder is not required to perform an industrial job. Even BTech sufficient or BE sufficient. That created a different kind of education to get everybody educated in that level. And that created a kind of underemployment. Grade inflation is another issue. Easier for students to get a grade. Teachers are a kind of win-win strategy. Give extreme A plus, everybody getting A plus. But when you look at their employability, they don't have any skills at all. Rise in academic qualification and the credential, but they don't have the job. So what kind of education we are talking about? So academic inflation is another aspect. And the third is credential inflation. So when you enhance the credential, everybody getting a progress card with all A's without skill, decline in the value of academic credentials. There, the teachers have to focus more as more and more credentials are getting. There is the value of education is going down. That's happening now. College degrees no longer needed for employability. We are talking a very crucial matter, and I want the delegates should discuss in this particular conference this issue. Some employers are ending college degree for many job openings. Look into Google. They don't require any 4-year degree. Google openly mentioned it. Bank of America, PwC, the cases. Accountancy companies say movies, whatever, trying to attract job starters. Not required for 2:1 degree. Ernst and Young. Look at the GE, IBM, Tesla. All these companies, they don't require a formal degree, can get into and can enhance your skills and move up. So in this context, we need to talk about the future skills that to be imbibed through 5 education 5. We need to talk about skills to be reimagined. So the core industry demands. We need to bridge the gap between academics and industry. So industry 4.0, automation and AI, they less focus on a rote memorization and more focus on application. So the change we are expecting in academic interventions is that more focus to be in application. So we need to enhance cognitive abilities, communication, collaboration, technology, data literacy, workplace agility, professional ethics, and likewise. So specifically, when you talk about digital integration and likewise, what are the skills needed with AI? There exactly the teachers have to engage, education has to engage. You look, 40% of the staffs will need to be reskilled by 2027. Findings from IBM Institute for Business Values. McKinsey also clearly mentioned AI could create 20 to 50 million new jobs worldwide. So academics, we need to realign our approach with technology, humanizing with, and try to imbibe that kind of skills. So why everyone should have the AI skills? Because you have to directly interact with AI systems, analyzing the data, comprehending it, and providing you the solution, and leveraging that unique qualities like empathy, strategic planning, and complex work. This human intervention is also needed. So we need to get into a kind of interaction between technology, AI, and human being. So AI literacy and prompt engineering is most important aspect now. Everywhere, PhDs you take into consideration. Everywhere now there is no requirement for a PhD degree holder to work for 4 years and 5 years. In an year, you can complete your PhD with the support of extremely good prompt engineering. So more of teachers are going to be educational engineers, prompt engineering. So large language models they are all exactly using, giving the AI a specific persona, context provision, and task instruction. Everything will be coming to your picture. Everything you will be getting. Even the PPTs you want to take sessions. What kind of things you have to integrate? tell to the machine, they will develop and give it to you. Ultimately, the last 20% intervention, you need to have to check whether it is okay or not. So a lot of AI strategy and workflows automation happening now. Academics need to integrate it. High impact opportunities are there. Business goals and likewise workflow orchestration is there. A lot of workflows are changing now. Even teaching also. You sit in Japan, you sit in Australia, you sit in America, everywhere, wherever you want to. Flexible education, you can rewind and get it. You are not going to miss any classrooms. Governance and ethics also. So a kind of security options also we need to look into. Oversight protocols. Continuous loop optimization is there. Data literacy and interpretation is another skills needed. Reading data dashboards, spotting statistical anomalies, and finally validating the accuracy of AI generated insights. Validation. Who will do the validation exactly? Human being have to, teachers have to do that, or the person who is using AI have to do that. That we call it as humanizing the machine learning. Human-centric soft skills also needed. Critical thinking, emotional intelligence, creative innovation. Most important aspect we need to discuss in this conference is ethical AI and data privacy, how we can ensure that in academic ecosystem. Majority people are just copying and paraphrasing and giving to you the assignments and everything. Now things become very easy. So how we can get a legal framework making use of AI in our academic system? Data privacy rules, algorithmic bias, and appropriate use of it, not maluse of it or safe use of sensitive company and client information that is connected with academic system. Whoever the stakeholders are coming, use it. So the top 21st century skills we need to focus is you need to make our students managing complexities, managing uncertainty, how the students can handle the uncertainty beyond the classroom learnings and likewise maintaining the agility, resilience from failures also, move on, and likewise make your journey smooth without having any turbulent scenarios. Use of or integrating technology and AI, knowledge of analytics, algorithms, understand the algorithm. Even teachers and the students also have to problem solving, critical thinking, and applying emotional. These are the top 21st century. When I was evaluating maybe around 300, 400 articles, I'm trying to comprehend it. These are the things required, future skills for the students and the teachers as well. So in this context, I would like to give a message to all the teachers, all the delegates participating over here, can make a kind of education grid for employability. Ultimately, we have to connect with the future of work. If you don't connect it with future of work, students won't be participating in academic process or academic learning system, and there'll be a lot of dropouts, and they don't come to masters or any kind of higher learning options and likewise. So we need to really look into the employability, the future of work, in which I'm suggesting a kind of mantra which is called will, till, rill, pill, and sill. Work integrated learning, technology integrated learning, research integrated learning, project integrated learning, and specifically soft skills integrated learning. These are the 4-5 areas I can suggest you to connect absolutely with employability. Developing the practical skills and likewise, you need to expose them to real-time work. Now in India, the scenario is like that. More and more skill universities are coming. 70% of the syllabus work, only 30% knowledge. So that kind of teachers are needed in these kind of universities now. More and more skills universities are coming up. And the technology is penetrating. Magic AI or any kind of tools you take into consideration. A lot of AI platforms are penetrating. We need to make use of it. They have to be a friend of us to provide best of learning opportunity to the students. So the teaching profession won't be vanishing away. Accessibility to modern learning technologies. The university system makes sure that the latest technologies are available in universities to, transfer this learning to the students, and increasing this usefulness of technology, facilitating learning and development. project-based and problem-based learning to be there in order to make use, in order to make them prepare them towards the market to get employability. So that will reduce working with teams and groups and skills acquisition, working in groups and individual also problem based. They'll be getting at the same time interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary engagement. Last, research integrated. Of course, they have to build up that intelligence, data analysis, collection of data, data analysis, data interpretation, and come up with ample solutions out of which selection of the best solution that provide a practical, managerial, and social consequences a lot. So learning facilitates better analytical ability that research integrated to be there in 5.0. Last but not least, the soft skills integration. Many students, they have that knowledge to talk to companies, to talk to the stakeholders, and but problem is that they don't have that communication ability, how to communicate with others, how to show the emotional maturity, how when a student has to be silent, when have to talk, assertive skills. A lot of areas they are lacking. So this is exactly with which we can ensure the employability. Starting from this one, learning, teaching, and curriculum. In the 5.0, we have to focus on work integrated, technology integrated, research integrated, and project integrated learning. That will be leading to experiential learning that only can uh, give the solution of employability. So more and more institutions are coming up with integration of technology to ensure that this is exactly the path. All right. So when you have to look at education now in 5.0, my last few slides only, reimagine the education. This should be the topic. This should be the content we need to discuss in this conference. Being a guest speaker, what I can connect you is the change which is happening because robots, AI, machines, everybody is penetrating into the system. Maybe if you don't upskill and reskill yourself, you will be moving out of the system. So those who are accepting the technology, adapting the technology, they move fast. There exactly Education 5.0 is talking about human machine learning. So the question I have to leave to every educator sitting over here, how can educators rehumanize education in the age of machines? Means that industry 4.0 or education 4.0, when you are moving towards education 5.0, how we can collaboratively work with machines. Second, how can learning institutions ensure an ecosystem that emphasizes employability skills? These are the two major questions this international conference should deliberate and they should come up with a kind of solution. So that is all about for me. This particular short discussion. I hope these, what you would say, this particular content will be discussed, deliberated, and come up with a resolution. And that can be passed to government. That can be passed to government. That can be passed to every university leaders so that they can take appropriate measures to train the new generation faculty members to upskill, to reskill, and integrate technology with the modern teaching and learning system. That will be definitely providing a kind of opportunity for employability. Thank you so much, ICERT, and thank you so much, Sandeep sir, and all the team of this particular conference and the delegates for inviting me for the particular conference. And once again, namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dilip Kumar, for your insightful and inspiring address. Your perspective on leadership, innovation, research, and the future of education has provided a valuable direction to all our participants. And now I would like to ask the participants that if they have any question regarding the presentation, they can drop their question in the chat box so that we can discuss them. Sir, you are not audible.
I'm so happy to see a lot of my African teachers are here. It's a kind of, family feeling, even though I'm back to India, but I'm seeing over here. Thank you so much. And meeting you is a great opportunity to continue the friendship with. And if there is an opportunity, definitely I'll be coming as a lead presenter, I think so, with University of Ilorin or Al Hikma University, I think so. Hopefully, I will be meeting a lot of African friends over there. Thank you so much. Uh, if there is
Thank
no
you.
question, if you can continue, you can connect with me. There is no platform at all. You can come to my LinkedIn platform and we will have the further discussions. If there is a time limit and likewise, no problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our other keynote speaker, Dr. Chika Judith Ebole Okiago. Dr. Chika Judith Ebole Okiago is an award-winning chartered engineer, distinguished academic leader, is an award-winning chartered engineer, globally recognized advocate for diversity and inclusion in STEM. She currently serves as Associate Professor and Head of Postgraduate Taught Programs at Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, United Kingdom, where she also leads the School of Computing, Engineering and Technology's Education Research Group. With more than 15 years of experience spanning both engineering industries and higher education, Dr. Ebolu has made significant contributions in the area of pipeline monitoring, acoustic emission, mechanical material testing, educational innovation, and inclusive curriculum development. A passionate champion for women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, she serves as the board trustee of Women Engineering Society and is the founder of Extemtic Network. Her outstanding contributions have earned her the recognition among the UK top 50 women in engineering and the prestigious Outstanding Achievement in Science and Technology Award at the Scottish Women's Award. Today, we are honored to benefit from her expertise, leadership, and global perspectives. So, we welcome you, ma'am, to join us for our conference today.
Thank you very much, Hashita. First of all, I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, distinguished guests, colleagues, researchers, educators, policymakers, industry leaders, students joining us from around the world. At the moment, I can see over 200 participants, and that's quite impressive. It is a great honor and privilege to be invited to deliver this keynote address. It's ICERT 2026. I would like to begin by first of all, by saying thank you to the organizers for bringing together such a diverse and international community. I can see people from all over the world. And these people are committed to advancing education, research, innovation, and societal development. And before I begin, I'd like all of you to imagine a student. So let's call her Sarah. Sarah is bright, she's hardworking, and she's ambitious. Now, she is the first person in her family to attend university. She dreams of becoming an engineer and hopes that education will provide opportunities that previous generations of her family sadly never had. Now, like many students, she arrives at uni excited, but also uncertain. And then, she wonders whether she actually belongs. She worries whether she's capable enough to be part of the uni, community. She questions whether she can succeed. Now, one evening, while working on a challenging engineering assignment, Sarah encounters a concept she does not understand. So rather than waiting until the next lecture or like spending hours searching through, maybe going to the library or looking at textbooks, she opens an AI tool, simply asks a question. Within seconds, she receives an explanation. She asks a second question and receives another explanation. She then, tries to be a bit more ambitious. She asks a simplified explanation and received that too. She asks for an example, receives one again immediately. And in a matter of minutes, the barriers between confusion and understanding begin to disappear. Now, I want you to imagine another student. This student is equally talented. She's equally motivated, just like Sarah. She's capable. But this student lives in a community where limited access to reliable internet. There's limited access to like digital tech and, basically fewer opportunities to develop her digital literacy skills. Now, for this student, the same opportunity may never arrive. The technology is identical, but the outcomes are not. And that, I believe, is one of the defining educational challenges of our time. The future of education will simply be determined by what AI can do. It will be determined by who benefits from it. Now, today, I'd like to explore how we can ensure that AI strengthens learning while advancing equity, inclusion, and human flourishing. My name is Dr. Chika Abodo-Koyagu, and as I've been introduced, I'm from RGU Aberdeen, and my work spans engineering education, AI and learning, workforce development. I mean, we can link, just as the previous speaker, Professor Dilla said, they go hand in hand. Today, I invite you to consider a very simple but profound question. As we build the future of education, how do we ensure that innovation serves every learner rather than only the privileged few? So that takes me to my second slide. Let me 1 second, the slide's not moving. I'm not exactly sure why. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, I can see you.
Yeah, thank you. So it brings me to my second question. Let's look at the big picture. That question brings us to the broader context in which all of us are working. We are living through one of the most significant periods of transformation in the industry, in the history of education, and of course, industry. AI is basically reshaping how we communicate, how we access info, how we work, basically how we learn. And I must say thank you very much to Professor Dill, who's done great justice to the topic. But I will specifically look at engineering because my background is engineering. So in engineering, AI is being used to optimize designs, analyze complex data sets, and predict failure and accelerate innovation. And I believe this is applicable to other fields as well, especially in STEM. Again, in healthcare, AI is supporting diagnoses and treatment planning. In business, AI is also transforming decision-making and customer engagement. In education itself, AI is beginning to change everything, almost every aspect of learning experience. I mean, when I had my first degree decades back, what I'm experiencing today is definitely not the same. But at the same time, our societies across the world are facing major challenges. So we face climate change, workforce transitions, this is a big one as well, and the previous speaker highlighted this. We also face widening inequalities. We face rapid technological disruption, and we face growing concerns about the future skills that graduates will require, will need. Now, the reality is that any of our educational systems were designed, none of them were designed for a world that no longer exists. Much modern education basically evolved through the industrial era, and this prioritized standardization, efficiency, and compliance. Now, students moved through relatively fixed pathways, right? Knowledge was transferred from teacher to learner, and I think also Professor Dill mentioned this. And success was often measured through kind of standardized exams. However, today that's not the case. So the world demands something fundamentally different, right? Now, employers increasingly seek graduates who can solve unfamiliar problems, who can work across disciplines as well, and who can adapt to change. Of course, AI is changing, everything is changing. We need graduates who can adapt quickly to this change. Employers also think about students or graduates who can think critically. They want students who can communicate effectively and navigate uncertainty. Now, the challenge is no longer preparing students for a single career. Now, the challenge is preparing them for multiple careers, continuous learning, and constant adaptation. And that is why Education 5.0 matters. Now, I would not go into detail. Talking about Education 5.0, Professor Dill has done absolute justice on that topic. I will just pick on from where he's left. So Education 5.0 is not simply another educational trend. It is definitely a response to profound societal and technological transformation. And maybe the most important question we must ask ourselves is this: will AI become the greatest educational equalizer in history? Or will it become the last mechanisms through which inequality is reproduced? So, from 4.0 to 5.0. Now, to answer my previous question, we must first understand the journey that has brought us here. Throughout history, every industrial revolution has transformed education. So the first industrial revolution created demand and, of course, mass literacy. Again, it was mentioned before. Now, the second industrial revolution expanded formal schooling. The third introduced computers and digital tech into classrooms. The fourth industrial revolution brought AI, as we all see, robotics, world automation, and digital systems. So today, many scholars and policy makers are discussing 5.0, and that's what we're discussing today. Unlike Industry 4.0, which kind of focused primarily on efficiency, automation, 5.0 actually places human well-being at the center of technological progress, and that's so important. It asks how technology can serve society rather than how society can adapt to tech. Now, 5.0 also reflects the same philosophy. It recognizes that learning is not just about acquiring knowledge. It's also about developing individuals who can contribute meaningfully to our communities, our societies, right? It's about developing, preparing learners who are technically competent, ethically aware, socially responsible, and adaptable, if you want me to use that word. And also resilient. I'm sorry, I forgot that one, but resilient is the word. So in many ways, 5.0 challenge, so when I say 5.0, I mean education 5.0. So challenges us to rethink the purpose of education itself. Now, the goal is no longer employability. The goal is human flourishing. I mean, like I said before, I will not dwell on 5.0. The previous speaker has done justice to it, but I will just pick on some of the things that I wanted to highlight. Now, having considered the broader context of educational transformation, let us now explore what it actually means in practice. So different scholars define 5.0 in slightly different ways, but then we all agree there's this growing agreement around one central principle, and that's placing human beings as the center of innovation. Now, this may sound too obvious, but it represents a significant shift in thinking. So for many years, I can't place a figure in the number of years, but for many years, educational innovation has often been driven by tech itself. A new platform emerges, a new software package is launched, a digital tool becomes available. Educational institutions then ask how these technologies can be incorporated into teaching and learning. But what Education 5.0 does that I find really interesting is that it reverses that process. So instead of beginning with technology, it begins with people, right? It asks, what do learners need? What barriers do they actually face? What barriers do our students face? And even us as educators, what skills will they require? What support systems will help them flourish? Only then does it then begin to ask the question how tech can contribute. So Education 5.0 therefore rests upon 4 interconnected pillars. The first is human-centered design. This is obvious. And what this means is that it recognizes that learners are not simply consumers of information. It looks at them as individuals with unique identities. And just like the previous speaker has said, some people learn faster, some are slow learners, some are faster learners. It looks at individuals with different aspirations, experiences, friends, and challenges. Now, the second pillar is AI as a partner. So AI should not replace human learning. No, rather it should enhance human capability. The goal is augmentation rather than substitution. The third pillar is equity by design. Inclusion cannot be added as an afterthought. So if equity is not considered from the onset, inequalities are bound to be embedded within that system, whether we like it or not. And this becomes much harder to address later on. Now, the fourth pillar is lifelong learning. That's the second time mentioning this. That's the second time it's been mentioned. I believe Professor Deal said this as well. But I just wanted to pinpoint that in an era where knowledge evolving, is fastly evolving, rapidly evolving, and careers continuously change, learners can no longer end at graduation. The graduation ceremony where we come in with glass of rice and entertainment, it doesn't end it. There is continuous learning. Continuous learning basically becomes essential throughout life. And taking together these principles kind of create a vision of education that is adaptive, it is inclusive, it is responsive, and deeply human. So one of the most important challenges facing education today is that many of our systems were originally designed for purposes that no longer align with modern realities. So historically, education often functioned as a sorting mechanism, if you allow me to use the word, and students were examined, ranked, categorized, and filtered. The objective basically then was to identify those who could progress into particular professions or educational pathways, right? In many respects, to be honest, this reflected the needs of industrial economies. However, that's not the case today. Today's world requires a fundamentally different approach. The challenge is no longer identifying a small number of talented students or like individuals. Now, the challenge is developing the potential of all of these learners. The distinction is really important. And I think the last speaker also highlighted that. When we think about equity, we often focus on access, but access alone is not enough, it's really insufficient. True educational success requires opportunity, it requires support, confidence, growth, and belonging. And AI offers extraordinary possibilities in this regard. So for the first time in history, we have technologies capable of supporting personalized learning, at scales, like, your previous speaker said, if you have hundreds of students, how can you offer personalized learning to these students? That's not possible. So imagine, for instance, a classroom where every learner receives feedback tailored to their individual needs. Imagine a system that identifies difficulties early and provides targeted support before students even disengage. Imagine educational pathways that adapt to different learning styles, backgrounds, and different aspirations. We're all different. Students are all different. They've got different backgrounds, learning styles, and aspirations. So I just need you to imagine students who a system that can adapt to the needs. You see, these possibilities are really genuinely exciting. However, they will only become realities if we design them intentionally. And that's where we as academics step in. Otherwise, technology risks, replacing the very inequalities that we hope to, take away, or if you permit me to say, eliminate in the first instance. Now, whenever discussions around AI takes place, they tend to kind of focus on either optimism or fear. If you go on LinkedIn, even this morning, I read an article, it was more of fear. And I just kind of think that shouldn't be the case. Some view AI as a revolutionary force that will solve all of our educational challenges. Others view it as a threat to learning. It view it as a threat to academic integrity and even human interaction. But the truth is, it's often not the case. The truth lies somewhere in between. So AI is neither inherently good nor inherently bad. Its impact depends entirely on how it is designed, how it is implemented, and how we use it. So the opportunities are significant. So AI can provide personalized learning experiences, like I mentioned before. It can offer immediate feedback. It can support learners who may have, who may not even have easy access to tutors or educational resources. It can assist educators with written admin tasks, and that's really been helpful to me as well. It can help identify learners who may be at risk of disengagement. These are powerful possibilities, yet we must also acknowledge the risk, bias, misinformation, privacy concerns, over-reliance, academic integrity challenges, algorithm discrimination. The challenges facing educational leaders is if I want to, if to use the word, it's not whether to adopt AI. The question has already been answered. AI is here. The challenge is how to adopt responsibly. How do we maximize the benefits while kind of minimizing the harm? So how do we ensure that innovation serves educational goals rather than distorting them? So these are the questions that will define the future, really, that will define the future of educational leadership. So I'll just quickly move on to the next slide and look at how AI's transformative potential in learning. So allow me to illustrate these true findings from my own research. So earlier this year, I conducted a study involving 150 engineering students exploring perceptions of AI within higher education. The university was Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Nigeria. The findings were really encouraging, but then it was revealing. More than 80% of the students reported that AI tools help them to complete academic tasks more efficiently. But more than 85% believe they could also use AI tools effectively. Almost 90% expressed an intention to continue using AI in their studies if they've got appropriate support and guidance was given or was available. Now, what was particularly interesting was how students described their use of AI. Right? Many educators assume students use AI primarily to generate answers. But in reality, students reported using AI in far more nuanced ways. They use it to explain difficult concepts. They use it to generate examples. They use it to summarize information. They use it to support revision. They used it to enhance understanding. And in many respects, students viewed AI as a learning companion rather than a shortcut. However, our research also identified important concerns. Some students expressed worries about over-reliance. And I'm going to raise my hand up now. Sometimes I do feel the same way, even as an educator. The students as well raised questions about accuracy as well. They highlighted concerns about costs, accessibility, ethical use. Now, what does this tell us? For me, what this tells us is that students are not blindly, the students that we surveyed, blindly embracing AI. They are engaging with it critically. And that creates an important opportunity for educators. Okay, so rather than treating AI as an external threat, we should help students. As educators, we should help students develop the skills that are required to use them responsibly. Just as previous generations learned how to use calculators, learned how to use Google, search engines, and digital tools, today's learners must develop AI literacy. The future belongs, not just to those who avoid AI, but to those who use it thoughtfully, critically, who use it ethically, and, most important, not rely too much on it. So let me ask a question. How many of us have used AI in some form during the past week? Well, whether it was to draft email, like generate ideas, translate text, or support research, I can almost guarantee an answer. Most of us have. That simple observation tells us something so important. AI is no longer a future tech. It is already part of our educational reality. Now, I'll try to go through the slides rather quickly. So at the same time, we must be honest about the challenges. I'll speak as an engineer. I often remind colleagues that technology is never neutral. Every tech reflects decisions. It reflects assumptions. Data set reflects historical realities. AI learns from this data. So if inequalities exist within that data, AI systems may reproduce such inequalities. So that is particularly important when considering underrepresented groups like myself. We all know the story of very few number of women in engineering and STEM. So that's not the topic of today, but I just wanted to highlight the inequalities for underrepresented groups. Now, throughout my career, much of my work has focused on increasing participation and progression for women in engineering. Despite significant progress, women still remain underrepresented across many engineering disciplines, particularly in leadership positions. No, these disparities did not emerge because of a lack of talent. That's not the case. It did not emerge because of structural barriers. So it did emerge because of structural barriers. It did emerge because of cultural assumptions and, unequal opportunities. Now, AI alone will not solve these challenges. Indeed, if poorly designed, it may even make it worse. It may reinforce it. So that is why responsible AI requires diverse development teams. It requires transparency. It requires accountability. It requires robust governance frameworks. Most importantly, it requires us to recognize that educational technology is never simply just tech. It's about people. It is about opportunities. As we continue this discussion, I'd like to make a simple but important statement. Equity is not a feature. Equity is not a project. Equity is not a policy document. Equity is not a design principle. So if we wait until technologies are fully developed before considering inclusion, it might be just too late. So equity must be present from the very beginning. Like I said, I'll try to move rather quickly. So when we talk about educational equity, we often focus on access. Access is certainly important. Students need devices, they need internet connectivity. We know that's not the same opportunities with students, when we compare students in the West and students say maybe in developing countries, so they need digital skills. So without these foundations, participation becomes really hard. However, equity extends far beyond access alone. I often think of educational equity in three interconnected dimensions. The first is access equity. So do learners have the resources required to participate? The second is outcome equity. Now, do learners achieve meaningful success once they gain access? And the last is representation. Do learners actually see themselves reflected within educational environments? So for me, representation matters more than we sometimes even realize. And I've seen that in my students. Students draw confidence from seeing people who look like them, share similar experiences, or have even followed similar journeys. So how do we translate these principles into practice? How do we ensure that AI systems support equity rather than undermine them? Our answer is very simple. It lies in intentional design at the point of design. As engineers, we're kind of familiar with the concept of designing for reliability, safety, and performance. In that same way, in that exact same way, we must begin designing for equity. And this starts with data. Training data sets must be examined carefully. Who is represented? Who is absent? What is this about? Whose experience are we reflecting? And whose experience are we missing? Next comes stakeholder engagement. Educational technology should not be designed solely by technologists. We should have students, educators, all of us, employers, community groups, underrepresented population. Everyone must have a voice. Third, we must monitor the outcomes. Many institutions evaluate, whether a technology is working, but very few actually evaluate whether it works equally for everyone. So this should be looked into. So at the heart of education 5.0 lies a very simple but profound idea. So learning should be designed around people rather than systems. And I've mentioned this before. Technology should support human needs rather than requiring humans to adapt to technology. So one project that has reinforced this lesson for me is a STEP initiative that I currently lead in Scotland. Now, this project focuses on personalized support and belonging for STEM learners across the tertiary education sector, but specifically in Scotland. So when we began speaking with students, we kind of expected to hear concerns about availability of support. Instead, what we discovered was different. Many students told us that support services existed. The challenge was finding the right support at the right time. So basically, support was fragmented, if I must use the word, and information was spread across multiple systems. So in other words, the issue was not necessarily lack of support, the issue was navigation. This finding had significant implication for Education 5.0. Creating additional service is not always the answer. Sometimes the answer lies in making existing systems easier to navigate. AI has enormous potential in this area. Imagine personalized support systems that can guide students towards appropriate services. Imagine intelligence assistants that can actually help learners identify relevant sources. Imagine systems that are capable of recognizing when a student may need additional support and signposting appropriate interventions. These are some of the examples of AI serving human-centered goals. Now, our roles as educators, how is it evolving? You see, whenever AI is discussed, one question arises: what happens to us as teachers? Will AI replace educators? But I always say, my answer is simple: no. In fact, I believe that educators become more important than ever. What changes is not the importance of the educators, but what changes is the nature of our roles. So historically, we know that educators were often viewed primarily as providers of knowledge. Today, information is widely available, so students can access knowledge from almost anywhere. What learners increasingly need is not information. They need guidance, they need mentorship, they need context, they need support in evaluating information critically. They need help in making sense of complexity. This means that our roles as educators really is changing, is evolving. We are becoming architects of learning experiences. We're becoming facilitators of critical thinking. And I think that's really cool. So AI can support many aspects of teaching and learning. It can provide explanation, it can offer feedback, it can assist with routine tasks, but it cannot replace the human relationship that sits at the heart of meaningful education. So I just need all of the educators here to remember that. So as we move from the classroom to the workplace, we encounter one of the defining challenges of our generation. How do we prepare learners for jobs that do not yet exist? That's quite scary. Now, historically, educational planning was relatively straightforward. Industries evolved gradually, skills requirements changed slowly. Universities could develop programs with confidence that graduates will enter broadly predictable career pathways. Unfortunately, today you would agree with me that that's no longer the case. AI, automation, digitalization, sustainability, advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, and data-driven decision-making are transforming the workplace. And so workforce requirements has changed. So many of today's learners will work in professions that have not yet been created, fortunately, but that's the truth. Many will have to transition between multiple careers throughout their lives. I've transitioned as well in some way, but that's a totally different conversation. So many will need to continuously reskill and upskill. And I think Professor Dill also mentioned this as well. This creates a profound challenge for educators. If knowledge changes rapidly, then education cannot focus, on transmitting just information. Instead, education must develop adaptable learners. I think I mentioned that before, who can thrive in uncertainty. Now, this challenge is particularly visible, and I'm sorry I keep making mention of engineering. That's my background, so I'm kind of biased, and that's where I'm critically researching on. So this challenge is really, really visible for us. Now, we know that engineering has always evolved in response to societal needs. So today, engineers are expected to solve increasingly complex challenges related to energy security. We've got climate change. We've got sustainable infrastructure. We've got digital transformation. We've got, different healthcare technologies. So technical expertise remains essential. No one's taking that away. But however, technical expertise alone is no longer sufficient. So future engineers must also be system thinkers. They must understand ethics. They must communicate effectively. And I believe this cuts across different courses. So it's not just engineering. They must also be able to collaborate across disciplines, and they must be capable of lifelong learning. So in many ways, the future engineer will need to be both technically excellent and profoundly human. So let us look at the skills for this augmented workplace that we've just spoken about. But then again, it brings us to a crucial question. What skills will matter most in AI augmented world? So when discussing future skills, many people kind of immediately what comes to mind is focus on technical competencies, programming, machine learning, data analytics, digital literacy. I mean, these are definitely important, right? But what is increasingly interesting is the growing value of skills that AI struggles to replace. It cannot replace critical thinking, empathy, ethical reasoning, communication, and collaboration with teams. So these capabilities are becoming more important rather than less. So in my own work with industry partners, professional engineering institutions and employers, I repeatedly hear the same message. Employers can often teach technical systems and software packages, but what is harder to teach is curiosity, resilience, adaptability, integrity, the ability to work effectively with diverse teams, the ability to navigate ambiguity. AI cannot generate this information. It can analyze patterns, no doubt. It can automate routine tasks, but it cannot replace human wisdom. It cannot replace empathy. It cannot replace ethical judgment, right? So therefore, one of the most important responsibility of education 5.0 is helping learners to develop these capabilities along technical competence. The graduates who will actually thrive in the future will not be those who compete with AI. There will be those who know how to work effectively alongside AI. Let us look at education industry partnership models. If we're serious about preparing learners for the future, education cannot operate in isolation. There should be like strong partnership between academia, industry, government, professional bodies. This is so important. So the traditional old models where universities can educate students and employers simply recruit graduates is no longer sufficient. Instead, we need collaborative systems. We need to co-design. We need to share innovation. We need continuous dialogue. The most effective workforce development strategies are co-created. So industry understands emerging skills need, educational institutions understand learning and pedagogy, professional bodies understand standards and professional competence. Students also understand their own aspirations and experiences. Now, when all of these perspectives come together, there is a big shift. So I like to say that no single organization can solve all of these challenges. And that's why Education 5.0 requires a shift from isolated institutions towards a connected ecosystem. So definitely the future depends upon these collaborations that I've mentioned. Now, while individual educators and institutions have important role to play, systematic transformation requires supportive policy frameworks. Policy matters because it creates the conditions under which innovation can flourish. Without appropriate governance, AI may be implemented inconsistently, inequally, or even irresponsibly. So this is so important. And this is why policymakers have a critical role to play in the shaping of 5.0. Educational policy must move beyond reacting to technological change. It must become proactive. It must anticipate future challenges. It must support responsible innovation. And it must place equity, I keep saying equity, at the center of decision making. Success should be measured not only by technological adoption, but by learner outcomes, inclusion, well-being, and opportunity. So I've just got a few slides to go. So I just wanted to say that if we were to identify a small number of priorities for educational leaders and policymakers, I'll focus on 5 areas and then I'll just leave it there. First, investment in digital infrastructure. Reliable access also remains a prerequisite for participation. Second, it has to be investment in educator development. Teachers and lecturers require support to navigate these rapidly evolving technologies. The third one will be a robust, I know there are existing one, but a robust ethical governance framework. And the fourth will be mechanisms for monitoring equity outcomes. And finally, support for lifelong learning. And I think this is already ongoing, but I think we need more. So because the future of workforce will require continuous opportunities for learning and reskilling through life. And I just need you to know that it's so important at this point to know that these priorities are interconnected. So infrastructure, for example, without inclusion is insufficient. Technology without ethics is very risky. Innovation without evaluation is incomplete. And lifelong learning without accessibility can reinforce or even make inequalities worse. So as we move forward, I'd like to suggest 4 principles that can guide our collective efforts. The first is to start with purpose. Every technological decision should begin with a simple question. How does this improve the lives and learning experience of people? Now, the second is co-design. Student educators and employers and policymakers, communities should all be involved in shaping educational innovation. The third is continuous evaluation. We must monitor systems carefully and remain alert to unintended consequences. And the last is humility. Artificial intelligence is evolving rapidly. No institution has all of the answers. No country has all of the answers. No single individual has all of the answers. 5.0 is not a destination. It's an ongoing process of learning, adaptation, and improvement. And perhaps that is fitting because learning in itself has always been a journey rather than a destination. So let's just quickly look at the future workforce, and I'll just begin to conclude. So as I begin to conclude, I'd like to return to the story to which I opened this keynote. Sarah. Do you remember Sarah, the aspiring engineering student? The first in her family to attend uni, the student who found support throughout AI when she needed it most. The question we must ask ourselves is not whether Sarah will encounter AI. She already has, we all have. The question is, what kind of educational system will she encounter? Will she encounter a system designed around inclusion or one that unintentionally reinforces barriers? Will she encounter a system that supports growth or one that measures her limitation? Will she encounter a system that supports her to flourish or one that simply kind of sorts and categorizes, or first class, second class, puts people in different categories, or one that simply sorts and categorizes? Ultimately, the future of education will not be determined by algorithms. It will be determined by values. Technology can amplify what already exists. If our systems are inclusive, that can help expand opportunities. If our systems are inequitable, technology may even help amplify this inequality. So the responsibility, therefore, belongs to us as educators, to us as researchers, institutional leaders, industry partners, professional bodies, government. Together, we have an opportunity to shape a future where innovation serves humanity, a future where tech strengthens learning, where opportunities expand rather than is restricted, and a future where every learner, regardless of background, has the opportunity not simply to succeed, but to flourish. As someone who has spent much of my career working in engineering education, advocating for women in STEM, supporting student success and exploring the role of AI in learning, I remain optimistic. I am optimistic because I see extraordinary innovation taking place across the world. I'm optimistic because I see educators embracing this change while remaining committed to human values. So I think the future is something that we can create, and I would like to leave you with one final thought. Education 5.0 succeeds when technology amplifies human potential. And that ensures that innovation serves every learner, not just privileged few. So thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for your commitment to education, and thank you for the work that each of you does to create opportunities for learners around the world. I look forward to our discussion and to hearing your thoughts and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chika Judith Ebol Okiago, for that inspiring and insightful keynote address. Your perspective on innovation, AI, and education have provided a valuable insight for all the participants, and we sincerely appreciate your contribution to ICERT GD 2026.
Thank you.
So, I would like to ask the participants if they want to ask any question regarding the presentation, they can drop the question in the chat box.
The chat box is disabled.
I have a question, please.
Thank you. Shoot.
I have a question, please.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Chika, thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. I have just these two questions, and the questions are, what are these skills we can use to help our students in using AI? Then secondly, how can these skills be used to help our students? These are my questions. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, okay, that's me. Thank you so very much for that question. So, as educators, first things first is there is any questions or any form of assessment that you design and throw up into ChatGPT, it does understand, and not just chat, but AI, it does understand, it does know how to solve it, right? But are you helping the student? No. So, for instance, imagine a world where we have systems working, and then a machine goes wrong, and students do not understand simple things like force equals to mass times acceleration. It means that we have created graduates who are, in quotes, idiots, because they are not able to understand what's going on behind the system. So the best way to teach students how to use AI is not to ask them to throw in their questions and get responses and then submit and the assessment is there. The best way to teach them is explain to them the capabilities, how you can use the system to learn. Instead of just going straight to say, I need you to calculate this. Sorry, I'm making reference to science, force equals to mass times acceleration, or velocity equals to, I'm just making reference to engineering, is explain to them, you can ask these questions, but you cannot use them. You need to understand the foundation. You cannot use AI to solve the whole problem, because that means these students miss out on the first stages of understanding. So it's easier for both of us because we went to school at a time when we were taught basics. It is so difficult for students now who know that they can simply ask the machine, I've got mass as 2, I've got acceleration as 4, tell me what the force is. So we need to start explaining to students how to responsibly use AI. If use not just copying and pasting. Secondly, we need to design assessments in such a way that students cannot just throw it into AI and get responses back. We need to design assessments that would test their critical thinking. Again, I will make use of engineering as an example. So if you ask students to just write a MATLAB script, it's very simple. AI can easily do this for them. Why not actually ask them to debug a script? Write the script, generate the script from AI, and then ask them to debug it. That cannot test the skills that they've got, other than just using AI to provide solutions and not even understanding the very basics. I can't remember what the second question was.
Yeah, the second question, how can these skills be used to help students? That was the second question.
So when they get these skills, it lies in, I think that Mr. Ban said, it lies in the design, as you as the educator, it lies in your design of the assessment. There's very little you can do to control how students use AI wherever they are. You don't live with them, you don't have access to their systems. But if you design your assessment in such a way that it tests their critical skills, it teaches them how to. So that's where I give the instance of not asking them to write the code, but you as a lecturer, as an educator, write that code and ask the students to debug that code. In trying to debug that code, they learn the skills that they need. And that's the quickest. So I've always, making reference to engineering because, that's what I do. So for instance, you can also pick up a simple, so I'm going to start talking about computer-aided manufacturing. You can pick up a very simple system, three-part system with 3 parts and say, I want you to generate NC codes. If they throw this particular assessment into AI, it produces the CNC code. But if you ask them, so for instance, not just to generate it, but to show the steps on the software, on how I'm just making it as simple as, as broad as I can to show. So in assessing them, you need to see how they've generated this code. Then it doesn't then leave them, doesn't give them the option to just go to AI and get the codes out. They have to go through the process, understand what happens, understand how to create pathways, to use tools in, say, if it's SolidWorks or any computer-aided manufacturing software that they are using. So in some way, again, I'm sorry that I'm biased towards engineering. That's what I teach, and that's how I kind of get my students to do some critical thinking. And so I'll keep giving instances in that aspect. But the key message here is assess them in such a way that their critical thinking skills are tested. And aside that, I just wanted to add something. This brought me up to skills that AI cannot give you. So things like being able to work in teams. How can you help them with that? When you give them assessment, put them in groups. Rechange that group. So something that we do in RGO is if they work on a project, this semester, someone is the project lead, he does the particular task. The next semester, we swap it over. You become the project lead. So such soft skills that AI cannot teach you. But just by that simple tweak in project work, you've managed to kind of teach people or teach students how to work as teams, which is really important. When you design assessment, you design it in such a way that they also can present their work. That helps them with presentation skills as well. So these are some of the ways that we are trying to navigate, the new AI systems that, unfortunately, to me, has come to stay.
Hello.
Okay, thank you so much. I just have one or two things to add. Thank you, Dr. Chika.
I have a question too.
Do I have the floor?
Hello.
Oh. Hello?
Yes,
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, Doc. Thanks
Hi,
a whole lot for that wonderful contribution. It was well thought out and very interesting. I just want to add one or two things that really helped me in my class. Okay, I'm a very strong advocate of the think, pair, share strategy of instruction. Okay, here what happens is you throw a particular concept open to the students, you get them to work in groups. Okay, they have to brainstorm and they come out with their results. That is one way I've actually had to navigate the AI stuff that is really eating deep into our students. Then also, I make them understand that this AI thing, I'm not, the teacher should learn to make them understand that we are ahead of this whole thing so that they will know that whichever way they want to come with their responses, we know them. I think that's the first point first thing we have to do as instructors, so that these students know that we are not behind. They will tend to key into the fact that, oh, this woman knows this AI stuff, so I need to think outside the box. Okay, that's one way. I got as far as telling them that during the exam work, because I tell them, if you generate your answers with AI, I cannot mark you for working lazy. So that alone makes them they just forget about anything AI entirely and just think out. They begin to see their response coming very straight from their head. Now it's like maybe modify their responses and all that. So I think the first thing is for us to engage them to work as teams. Like I told you that I'm a very strong person of proponent of think, pair, share. Then also let them know you are aware of this system so that they don't feel like we will give her this thing and she won't even get where it's coming from. So make them understand that you are ahead of them in every way. When talking about this AI system, so they can learn to do their assignment and their works and think critically outside the idea of going to ChatGPT to get the response and all that. So I think that's really helped me in my classroom. So I think it can also help somebody else here. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Fantastic, thank you. And I just wanted to add that in doing that, you are also giving them opportunity to have team working skill, which is really important. So even when they get to the industry or the workplace, as the case may be, that's one skill that employers are continuously looking out for. Your ability to work in a team, to work with diverse, learners, or sorry, not learners, learners will be for us, but diverse and people from diverse fields. So I think that's a very strong point, because you're just basically using one stone to literally kill two birds, getting them the opportunity to learn team working with diverse people, and at the same time stopping them really from over reliance on AI. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Please, everyone is
Hello.
requested to put their mic so that we can continue with the conference. Now, I would like to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Rhoda Basco Galanco. Professor Rhoda Basco Galanco is highly accomplished academic leader, educational administrator, researcher, and advocate for excellence in curriculum development and higher education. She currently serves as Director of Curriculum and Instructions at Mountain Province State University in the Philippines. With an academic journey marked by distinction and leadership, she earned her undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degree from St. Louis University, Philippines, where she demonstrated exceptional academic achievement from the very beginning of her career. Over the years, Dr. Basco has held several significant leadership positions in higher education, including roles in academic administration, research development, teacher education, and curriculum innovation. Her scholarly work has contributed to advancing educational pedagogy, teacher evaluation practices, indigenous knowledge systems, civic engagement, collaboration. She frequently serves as the keynote speaker, panelist, committee member, and academic leader for global educational initiatives. Through her work, she continues to promote excellence, inclusivity, and innovation in education across borders. Today, we are honored to benefit from her insight. Please join in to welcome Dr. Rhoda Basco Galenko. We welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Very welcome to you.
Professor Dill has given us a very comprehensive background of technology in his talk a while ago. And Professor Dr. Judith has continued the discussion where she talked about Education 5.0 and the role of technology. And I think my role is to synthesize the talks of these two amazing speakers. So artificial intelligence is no longer a speculative future. It is our immediate reality. And we have to face it. AI is not some looming sci-fi future anymore. As Dr. Judith said a while back, it is right here with us. In the classrooms, in the laboratories, in our offices, in our homes, and even here in the virtual space, AI is transcribing and recording what's going on in real time. And I believe that most of us here are from the academe. Some of us are global academicians, and therefore, as academicians in the academic community, we take time to pause, to step back and ask ourselves one question that for some of us might sound uncomfortable. Are we actually using AI to elevate what humans can do? Or are we building an automated assembly line that pushes human talent to the margins? The path ahead of us is not just about technical and technological upgrades. We have to connect three massive ideas: building capacity, deploying AI ethically, and making sure our innovation is actually sustainable. If we want to do things right, we cannot just hand the keys over to computer science or lean on economic metrics. We need to ground our strategy in philosophy, global law, smart educational policies, international relations, and basic moral leadership. As our code gets smarter, our backbone has to get stronger. When universities talk about capacity building, the conversation almost always devolves into a quest for optimization. Everyone wants to know how AI can speed up assessment, trim down research timelines, create engaging presentations, or cut through the administrative red tape. But history's greatest thinkers have always warned us about, you know, treating sheer speed as the ultimate measure of human worth. Martin Heidegger put it perfectly in his work, The Question Concerning Technology, when he noted that technology is a means, not an end. When the tool becomes the master, the human being is reduced to a component. And the moment we flip the script, people get reduced to mere cogs in a machine. If we let pure optimization run the show in higher education, we fall right into what Jacques Ellul called la technique, a trap where technical efficiency completely suffocates human culture, ethics, and values. Real capacity building in a university is not about turning professors and students into glorified data entry clerks who exist just to feed algorithms. True learning is about what Immanuel Kant called sapere aude. I'd like to emphasize that. Sapere aude. Having the courage to use your own understanding. It is about teaching people how to think independently, wrestle with moral dilemmas, and question the data itself. A healthy academic environment uses AI to handle the mindless tasks so that the human mind is free to do the heavy lifting of deep, creative, and philosophical thinking. This fear of losing our humanity to cold metrics is not just an academic debate, because just last month, Pope Leo XIV released his first major encyclical, Magnifica Humanitas, tackling the ethical mess of the digital age head on. He drew a fascinating parallel to the way Pope Leo XIII protected factory workers from the worst impulses of early industrial capitalism in Rerum Novarum. Today, Pope Leo XIV is stepping to protect human identity from being swallowed whole by big data. He warned us about a modern Babel syndrome. Babel syndrome. This obsessive worship of profit and performance that assumes everything, even the deep mystery of who we are as people, can be reduced to a trackable data point. And the Pope didn't mince words with what he said, as you see on the screen. He noted that when efficiency becomes our only God, we start treating ourselves like a tech project to be optimized instead of actual human beings built for real relationships. The encyclical is not an anti-tech rant. Instead, it is a sharp reminder that technology always carries the biases and values of the people who fund and build it. For those of us in education, it is a literal wake-up call to keep our humanity in front and at the center. No matter how brilliant an algorithm is, it should never replace a mentor's guidance or a teacher's empathy or a student's conscience. In too many places, corporate leaders make a cold calculation. If an AI is cheaper than human, fire the human. The company pockets the profit and the displaced worker is left to pick up the pieces. But the Chinese legal system just drew a massive line in the sand. Right before International Workers' Day, the Hangzhou Intermediate People's Court ruled in favor of a senior tech employee who was laid off after an AI took over his duties. The company tried to claim that adapting AI counted as a major change in objective circumstances, which would legally justify the firing. The court completely threw the argument out. They established a massive legal precedent. Adopting AI is a voluntary business strategy to get ahead. You don't get to shift the financial risks and social fallout of that choice onto your employees. As legal experts in places like Beijing and Guangzhou have pointed out, you cannot stop technological progress, but you absolutely can and must force it to operate inside an ethical framework. Higher education needs to pay close attention to this. If a university treats AI as a convenient excuse to downsize faculty, cut teaching assistants, automate student support and educational processes, it tears up the foundational social contract of education. Because schools have a social contract with people, and that social contract is to educate humanity. Innovation comes with social responsibilities. We use technology to lift the people and not to throw them away. So, how do we actually write this into our university policies? For the last few years, most campus AI policies have been written hurriedly and for some in a state of absolute panic. It's a good thing that the United Nations came up with ethical frameworks for teachers and ethical frameworks for students and the use of AI. We have been obsessed with policing, scanning for plagiarism, detecting AI generated work with another AI, and catch and punish tactics. We need a total paradigm shift. We have to move away from trying to contain AI and start focusing on how to use it responsibly. This was emphasized by Dr. Judith a while back. A modern, sensible educational policy, I suggest, should focus on these three main fronts. One, algorithmic literacy as a basic right. It doesn't matter if you're the engineering department or the history department, every single academic needs to understand these models or how these models think. For the harbor bias and who actually owns the data that they share and the data that they use. The second focus should be on protecting the human core. And to me, this is very, very important. And I think this was also emphasized by Dr. Judith a while back. We look at how global courts are handling things. They might use AI to sift through legal files, but they strictly forbid it from replacing a human judge's verdict. Our school should do the same. Grading, assessing, real mentorship, teaching, making our instructional materials, our PowerPoint presentations, and final ethical decisions must remain strictly human. And the third focus, smashing academic silos. We have to stop treating ethical AI as a token lecture, tacked onto the end of a computer science syllabus, or at the end of whatever of the syllabus of whatever subjects we are teaching. It needs to be co-designed from day one by people from different disciplines, like historians, social scientists, philosophers, artists, musicians, working alongside those who are making the codes and feeding the algorithms. And finally, we cannot pretend we're talking about a truly global academic workforce if we ignore the massive gap between wealthy nations and the developing ones. True sustainability means we cannot let a handful of elite, hyper-funded institutions in the global north hoard all the computing power and advancement, leaving the global south to do the tedious grunt work of data labeling or simply consuming foreign tech. Real innovation requires an open science mindset. We need to share data, processing power, and localized AI models fairly. That way, developing nations can train tools that understand their own native languages, their cultural textures, their history, rather than being forced to adopt a one size fits all westernized view of the world. We need to fit in our culture. We need to fit in our way of life because AI is very powerful in disseminating this information. Without equity baked right into the foundation, sustainable innovation is just a buzzword. And AI becomes nothing more than a new tool for for intellectual colonization. I guess you know what I meant by that intellectual colonization is. No offense meant to those who are from the Western world, but that's how things are. To wrap things up, let's look back at that image Pope Paul XIV brought up in his encyclical. He pointed to the old story of the Tower of Babel, the ultimate cautionary tale about what happens when human arrogance takes over. The builders got so obsessed with their technical achievements that they forgot about the community they were building it for. And everything collapsed into chaos and isolation. And we do not want this to happen. We are standing at the base of a brand new digital tower. We have a choice here. We can build a sterile monument dedicated to nothing but coal efficiency, where people are minimized and automated out of the picture, where we produce beautifully written articles, research studies without souls, data without contextualized interpretations. Or we can build a true sanctuary of learning, like a place where AI handles the heavy scaffolding, but human empathy, wisdom, and dignity remain the cornerstone of education. And so, as educational leaders, we have to expand our capabilities, maintain our human anchor, innovate while protecting each other. We use AI, but we have to defend the messy, brilliant, and irreplaceable power of the human spirit. So once again, good morning or good afternoon or good evening. Let us enjoy this cerebral activity.
Thank you, Professor, for your inspiring and thought provoking address. Your valuable insights on education leadership curriculum have greatly enriched today's conference. We sincerely appreciate your contribution and leadership. Thank you, ma'am. Participants, if you have any questions, you can ask.
Arshita, proceed, beta.
Sorry, you're not audible. Okay, so now with this, we come to the end of the session for today. Now we will be starting with our special World Environment Day discussion panel. For that, I would like to call on my co-moderator, Vandita Sharma, to kindly take over and continue
Please,
with
can
the
you open the
special
please open
panel.
the chat box? It's locked.
I request the participants to kindly mute their mic so that we can continue with the special panel.
Thank you so much, Harshita Mishra, for passing over the baton and for carrying forward the session with such efficiency. We'll now take over the light from Harshita and move ahead with our panel discussion. So, good morning, good evening, and warm greetings to our distinguished speakers, delegates, researchers, educators, and participants joining us from across the globe. I'm Vandita Sharma, and it is my privilege to welcome you all to the World Environment Day special panel at ICERT Global Digital Education and Ethics Program 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's conference invites us to reflect on the future of education in an era defined by digital transformation, ethical responsibility, and global interconnectedness. On World Environment Day, that conversation acquires even greater policy and societal importance as nations, institutions, and educators seek pathways towards more sustainable futures. Climate change is no longer solely an environmental issue. It is an educational issue, a leadership issue, a policy issue, and ultimately a human issue. The choices we make in our educational institutions today will shape how future generations understand, respond to, and lead to the environmental changes of tomorrow. Our panel theme, Climate Action and Environmental Sustainability Integration in Global Curricula, asks an important question. How do we move beyond teaching sustainability as a topic and begin cultivating it as a way of thinking, as a way of learning and living? Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, participants, to explore this question, we are fortunate to be joined by distinguished experts whose collective experience spans educational leadership and policy, engineering and innovation, and sustainable social development. Together, they bring perspectives from India, the Philippines, and Nigeria, reminding us that while our local contexts may differ, our responsibility towards a shared sustainable future is that what retains. Our first panelist, Professor Tanya Gupta from India, Dean of the School of Education at K.R. Mangalam University, and a distinguished academic leader with extensive experience in teacher education, curriculum development, and educational leadership. Her work focuses on building inclusive, future-ready learning environments and advancing innovation in education. Ma'am, we are delighted to welcome you to today's discussion. Complementing the educational leadership with insights from engineering and innovation, it is my pleasure to introduce our second panelist, Dr. Jeffered Osmong from the Philippines, a distinguished academic and former dean of the School of Engineering and Architecture at the University of Baguio. With extensive experience in engineering education, research, innovation, and academic quality frameworks, his work bridges technology, sustainability, and future-focused learning. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Song to today's discussion. Our third panelist is Dr. Adamu Abubakar Muhammad from Nigeria, an educator, researcher, and scholar with extensive experience in teaching, research, and community-focused educational development. His work spans sustainable development, educational advancement, social empowerment, and the Sustainable Development Goals, bringing a valuable perspective on the role of education in creating inclusive and resilient societies. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Mohammed to today's discussion. To set the stage for our discussion, let us begin with the bigger picture. How education can prepare learners not only to understand climate challenges, but to actively shape sustainable futures. Professor Gupta, I would like to invite you to the discussion that if sustainability is to become a defining educational priority of this decade, how should our educational systems evolve to nurture learners who are informed, responsible, and empowered to contribute to a more sustainable world? Professor Gupta, please enlighten us with your words.
Thank you, Vandita. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to everyone here. At the outset, I'm really grateful to ICRT for having me here, on the occasion of World Environment Day. And this conference that's being organized by the ICRT, I bring to you my sincerest appreciation, and I really hope that over these 2 days, the experts and the paper presenters are going to really discuss on the pressing issues and concerns of our time. And today on the, this is a very appropriate theme that has been selected for the panel, which is climate action and environmental sustainability, specifically integration into global curricula. So, your question, in fact, I would like to appreciate you, Vandita, when you mentioned that it's not really it's no more an environmental issue. Sustainability is not an environmental issue, it is an educational issue. And how do we actually go about it? See, first thing, I think, as a with over my journey, about 24 years now into education, I started my journey as a primary teacher, and that's how I've shaped up today to engage with students at the higher education. My first thing is we really need to start very early. That's my first point, I would say. And the entire thing that we really need to understand is not teaching about sustainability to our children, to our young learners, but it is living sustainability. So it has to be like a lifestyle. And as our children develop a lifestyle right from the beginning, in the same way, sustainability has to go in. So, what is required? Firstly, as a mindset of all of us here as educators, we need to understand that what is its importance. It just can't be taught like a chapter or a subject. or maybe as in different countries. I have my co-panelists here. Here in India, we are offering it, at times. Earlier, we were offering it in especially in higher education institutions. We were initially offering it as an ability enhancement course or a value added course or an open elective course. But today it's become central. But I would say yet more has to be done to make sustainability a lifestyle. So that's a very important question that you have raised. How do we do it? See, I see it from the perspective of a co-learner with my students, that uh, the other preceding speakers have spoken about artificial intelligence, have spoken about technology integration, and the United Nations global agenda. See, out of the 17 SDGs that we have, 6 of them are exclusively focused on climate action. And here in India, our Prime Minister has also launched in a program, and our University Grants Commission, acronymed as UGC, offers a particularly specific curricula that's revamped and redesigned in the year 2023 in alignment to our National Education Policy 2020. So at the undergraduate level, at the postgraduate level, our students in the universities are studying environmental and climate action. So that's a big shift that's happened, and everyone is learning. Now, when we are talking, what I would like to focus here, and as an answer to your question, is we need to really understand what the schools and what the universities need to do for this purpose. And no matter we are talking of technologies, or we are talking of policies, we are talking of sustainable cities and communities, who is going to actually lead all this? Our children are going to lead this tomorrow. So they need to be prepared early. Now, how to really do it is, I would say, firstly, our learners need to, at the university level specifically, our focus is perhaps making employable graduates. I think that's across nations. We are all working towards making employable graduates. I especially liked the view of Madam just before the session, where she really talked about uh, technology is important, but then the human intelligence is far more superior. So, when we are talking of sustainability, we need to keep in mind that whatever we are doing in our schools and in our universities, no matter whatever we are trying to train our students to become a workforce for tomorrow, the foremost thing that we need to cater to is that we are preparing our learners. Are we preparing our learners to be responsible custodians of this planet? That's something which has to be the basic premise. Can education lead to climate action? So while the governments are discussing about climate change, there are a lot of policy reforms, there's a lot of technological innovation, there are a lot of international treaties and agreements. I do agree these are essential, but we need to really answer that, is it a foundational principle? Is sustainability education a foundation principle in our education? So for that, I think we need to first appreciate the importance of having environmentally literate citizens who have an ecological awareness, who have the critical skills, who can make ethical decisions, and have a lifelong commitment to sustainable living. So just like we talk today about AI literacy, and we talk about financial literacy, we talk of global citizenship, we talk of digital literacy, it's important to speak and practice climate literacy. Specifically in the era of 5.0 that we've been talking, uh, where the focus is on AI, and it is also on human-centered learning, it's on innovation, entrepreneurship, sustainable development. It's also important that we understand that technology is not the solution to all the challenges that we have. We need to have a good blend, a rightful balance in technological intelligence, artificial intelligence, human intelligence, ethical intelligence, and even ecological intelligence. Now, to do that, how you actually do it and how you can actually practice it. So, if you started from schools, I would say introduce climate literacy early. So, not maybe as a chapter, but something where the children can have an environmental attitude being shaped. So, they understand early the bigger concepts in very simpler ways on what's biodiversity, what's water conservation, what's waste management, what is solid waste management, and what's our collective responsibility towards our climate. So when they learn these values early, these sustainability also become one of their core values. I think that's one point we need to start across the curricula in schools in all the countries. We need to do that. And then just having, the consciousness and introducing climate literacy in the primary grades perhaps may not really be adequate until unless they learn it through action. So here it's important to bring in experiential learning. So let's have more school gardens, let's have some composting projects for our children, some waste segregation initiatives, tree implantation, and a lot of campaigns. So if we can do that through action, the students will they'll gauge the problems that are around them and they will be able to work for the solutions. So I think this would be a transformational change. I think one of the very important points everyone here would agree is that our students need to evolve as leaders. And so just not teachers and the governments and the educators leading towards this initiative, but let's have our students becoming leaders to strengthen uh, the sustainability initiative. So you can have a lot of eco clubs and environment campaigns, and let them lead the green audits in their schools. Let them lead the community projects. I think you can, as per the different grades and as per the levels of the school stages, we can plan as educators such kind of student leadership programs that are based on sustainability initiatives. Another aspect that I feel that's very important in which it can become an educational issue is let's involve our parents and our local communities. So let environmental education just not stop at the school gate. Let's have the parents coming in. Let's have the communities coming in where they can help us to partner in this sustainability drive. So when it's about waste reduction or about plastic free or about energy conservation, the families and communities come along with the school. That helps the children work better. And as our students move from their school, from their high school, and they enter into higher education institutions and universities, they get exposed to lot of disciplines, I would say. So it's very important to integrate sustainability across disciplines, not just as a subject, uh, and let it be core. So if you have programs on engineering and technology, let them design some sustainable infrastructure. If you have students of management and commerce or business graduates, if I would say, let them lead green enterprises. If you have students from education, let them develop environmental awareness. Likewise, if you have lawyers, let them have environmental governance. So it's very important that everyone develops. What I'm trying to focus here is our learners in the universities and colleges, they develop these sustainability competencies. And to do that, it's very important to redesign our learning outcomes. So by and large, the programs that we offer to our students at the undergraduate and the postgraduate level, here in India, we are doing this. That's a complete revamp that's come in with our national education policy. We are not only looking at our graduates, uh, uh, you know, developing their competencies in terms of their content, but also in terms of uh, systems thinking, design thinking, environmental responsibility, ethical leadership. These are also the ways in which we are working as a nation and we are collaborating with other international universities, and that's specifically even with regard to my university, if I were to talk, we are actually working where we can collaborate for our graduates to get exposed to all these kind of issues, and they can develop sustainable competencies. That's the second thing. So besides that, what we can do is, I think it's really important, especially at the higher education level, to encourage interdisciplinary research, and let's have sustainability as one of the themes in which the universities support research. So, out here in our university, there's a lot of impetus to research on nowadays. We have a lot of research on Indian knowledge systems, and we are doing in artificial intelligence. I think sustainability is also one aspect, and specifically if we look into climate, we can have a lot of funding being provided, a lot of impetus being provided for research, where the students and the faculties, they take up interdisciplinary projects and researches specifically in context of climate action. I think that would be another way, I would say. So we should, we can promote researches like green technologies, or maybe sustainable agriculture, or resilience, climatic resilience. These could be some researches where multiple disciplines can work together. And all teachers, I think it's not just about somebody from teacher education or somebody from engineering education. By and large, all of us as educators need to also be sustainability leaders. So we all need to, undergo a lot of continuous professional development programs, and I would say a lot of refresher courses, and a lot of other training programs where we also understand uh, what is actually climate literacy, and what are the environmental ethics, and how we can bring these into our pedagogical interventions and into our assessment practices as well. So as we are considered to be the most powerful change agents in the society, we cannot drive sustainability until unless we are not sustainable leaders. So that's the fourth thing I would like to say. Coming up to the infrastructure in terms of a campus, I think we all need to build in sustainable campuses. Let's have our campuses as living laboratories of sustainability, where we make sure that our students learn as a part of their institutional culture. So let's have solar energy systems and rainwater harvesting. Let's have green campus. Let's do audits, have more and more energy efficient technologies, and also reduce the carbon footprinting as far as we can. So all this can be done and developed by the various disciplines that are there in your university. Like at our university, we have about 13 schools, and we are running about 63 programs at the undergrad and the postgrad level, and that's how the entire campus is trying to thrive on a very sustainable solution and work on sustainable operations. So we are doing all this in our campus. And as an Indian, I just wish to add here that or whatever initiatives we are doing at our universities and schools, of course, is envisaged by our policy, our national education policy. And under the various policies and interventions that keep coming up from time to time, we are all committed to integrate, I would say, sustainability and climate as a way of life, and it's not just a subject. With this, I would just like to conclude with one point. That's the role of technology and AI, because we are in an age of AI and we are in an age of technology. I think it can very significantly help to sustain and strengthen our initiatives on sustainable literacy, climate literacy, and sustainable education. So we can take technology and AI where institutions can showcase AI powered simulations on climate change. We can have some projects that come on environmental monitoring systems. We can also have some virtual laboratories or do some data-driven decision making on how resources can be effectively managed. So these all can be a part of project-based learning. So I think this is something which we can really do. And to conclude my views here, I think to have a global curricula which works towards sustainability. I think in the order of priority, if I would have to say, I would say let's first try to recognize and appreciate the importance of sustainability as a core educational agenda. Build in and I would say embed sustainability competencies into our curriculum frameworks, and collaborate with our global partners on how we can enhance these. We need to make climate literacy as an important part of our curriculum. Let's also see that we can, as institutions, conduct and engage our students to learn through sustainability audits. And now there's a lot of impetus on sustainability, even in accreditation mechanisms. At our institute, I've been associated with the accreditation mechanism as well. So here we are now with almost all the world rankings and international rankings, sustainability is a core domain. So we need to work on these kind of things as well. And last and not the least, all the educational practices that we are doing, or if we are having any student-led innovation or projects, I think a lot of encouragement needs to be given by institutions. And I would strongly recommend from this platform that funding needs to be provided to our students, so that they can innovate, they can do community projects. That kind of support the institutions and the governments should provide to our students, so that they can work on issues that are related to climate action. So thank you for giving me time to share my views on a very important agenda that you've picked up in the conference today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for those insightful perspectives. We have heard a rich and thoughtful, thought-provoking vision, I must say, for climate-conscious education, one that aligns closely with the aspirations of SDG 4 and on quality, which is on quality education, and SDG 13, which is pertaining to climate action. So the question before us now is how these aspirations can move from policy frameworks and strategic commitments into the everyday realities of teaching, learning, and institutional culture. With that vision in mind, let us now turn to the question of implementation. How sustainability can move from policy aspirations to everyday educational practice. I would like to invite Dr. Song to enlighten us from the perspective of innovation and engineering, the most important change that educational institutions should make to embed sustainability into everyday learning experiences. I welcome you, Dr. Song.
Thank you, Vandita. I appreciate the explanation of Dr. Gupta earlier. Actually, she did a very good job of explaining how climate change and sustainability in the global curricula is going to be very important in our curriculum development. So I guess I can give my perspective by giving a concrete example of one of our experience here in the University of Baguio. For the situation of transportation in the Philippines is a very big concern. There's a big deficit on the developments in transportation that will address low carbon transportation So we came up to the programs. I guess institutions should look into programs that will benefit not only the local community, not only the national level, but also the international perspective. So what we had in this situation in our transportation initiative is to collaborate. We had a academic consortium with different universities in our location, and we also connected with our local government unit, raising our concerns about the training of our students, and the national level also opened up the opportunities for international partnerships. So we are lucky enough to be partnered with the United Nations Development Program, and the low carbon transportation is largely one of the scales under climate change. So what happened was there were consultations, professional consultations from our academic consortium. So all our experts were oriented about the international situation, what is happening in European transportation, which is not present in the Philippines. So they wanted it to be piloted in smart cities in the Philippines, which Baguio City is belonging with. So from consultations with experts, our engineers, our engineering professionals in our consortium were also brought to national orientations. So the different case studies, scenarios that is being faced by the other smart cities were also discussed. So each of our professionals were engaged, not only looking into our local setting, but we have a view of the different cities' problems. So it's like a problem-based solving. So what are we going to do if we are going to be in those situations? So we wanted that to be also inculcated with our students. So we also opened up an opportunity for our students to be connected, meaning they are no longer only facing the classroom, but our students are also into the professional consultation. So they are looking at the real picture, cooperative learning in our case. So with those, our students were also brought to several trainings so that they will see the real picture of transportation issues. And with that, with several, it actually takes a lot of time and also resources. One of the problems that we cannot provide in giving the students their actual training is the lack of our resources. So resources are made available by some of our partners. Hence, after the students were immersed in the different consortiums, we came up with an idea. So our program is to uh, introduce, which is to solve the lack of professionals in the transportation sector. So we had a brainstorming about opening transportation engineering. It is one program which is offered by very few universities in the Philippines. So eventually, with consultations with our academic leaders in our institution, it was also seen that we have to provide the program that is needed by our evolving technology, and also that will support the uh, universal problem, which is, I guess, in engineering, several schools, several universities are not yet aligned to the Washington Accord. So we also wanted to be recognized in those phases. So we opened up transportation engineering in our curricula. Then, with the resources, problem about the resources, the partnership with the UNDP enabled us to secure some of the resources, physical resources, the machineries that is needed by our students. And it also opened up partnerships not only with the academe, but also with the actual real-world engineering engineering industries in our transportation engineering. So I guess that is what I can share from policy framing, placing it into action so that the curricula will be responsive, so that our students will have their actual experience. Our teachers, our professors will also be continuously trained to address evolving technological concerns. Like as mentioned earlier, AI is already in its implementation, and we cannot prevent us also from becoming oriented with AI. So our perspective of the past will be adapted with the evolving technological advances so that our students are professionals that are capable and be industry ready not only for tomorrow, but they can already have their actual experience today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the role of innovation and practical problem solving in addressing the environmental changes. I truly believe that connecting students and making them stakeholders and participants is a key to make them responsible citizens and lays the foundation for them as future change makers. And what better than bringing the global perspective for local solutions and making our students understand the tech constraints, which involves a more integrated and a more sustainable solution to the problems in developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, contemporary times also calls for informed citizens, ethical leaders, and engaged communities who can sustain these efforts over a period of time. So, the innovations and the policies which are coming from our academic institutions and translating in our research laboratories are essential. The lasting change ultimately depends upon people, the values they hold, the choices they make, and the communities they help shape. With that perspective, I would like to turn my light on Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed, I would like to understand that as we prepare learners for an increasingly complex future, how can education cultivate not only environment awareness, but also the values, the responsibilities, and most importantly, the community engagement which is needed to advance sustainable development? Over to you, Dr. Mohammed. Please share your views. I think we might have lost touch with Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Song, would you like to take this question? Because we are transitioning from your talk towards community engagement.
Okay. The importance of stakeholders provides opportunities for resources. Now, when resources are made available, the interest of the students will also be very creative because they can see simulated worlds. They can do simulations, they can put it into action. Therefore, they can also be very effective in problem solving. So, with the capabilities of students to be working with the real world problems, I believe that the industries will also be contributing because when industries, the industries in that is related to engineering technology see that the output of students is directly inclined to their requirements, then they will be encouraged also to provide other resources that will cater directly, that will lessen the training requirements of professionals.
Thank you, Doctor. Uh, I would like to extend this conversation since today's panel is a diversity of perspective which is represented across continents. While our context, Professor Gupta, may differ, and that question is also to Professor Song, sustainability requires both global cooperation, as has been highlighted by Dr. Song, since UNDP is being involved, and he talked about international partnership as well. So we have both global cooperation and local relevance. So as sustainable educational institutions, they are working towards SDG. How can we balance, how can educational institutions balance global sustainability priorities with the local realities across continents, the cultural context, and community needs? I would like Professor Gupta to please throw light on this question, and I would like Dr. Song to please give his views and his perspectives as well. Professor Gupta, over to you first.
Thank you, Pandita. In fact, I agree with his mention in the extent to what he has said, how to strike a balance between, global collaborations, the connectivity, as well as keeping the context. I speak directly from the practice, comes from our university, because I think I'll be able to speak the best on what we are implementing. So, what I spoke of point when you had put in a question. Firstly, for the local context, what we are doing is that we have through the initiative, because our university is situated in the state of Haryana, India. So and specifically in the district Gurugram. So we have tied up through the DM's office, where we've gone in for rural immersion. So we actually signed in memorandum of understanding with the district level on the local community in our vicinity, say about from 5 to 10 kilometers. So we have identified about 8 villages, if I would say. So all our students across the 63 programs that I mentioned and the 12 schools. So we have a design school, we have legal studies, we have education, we have management, we have liberal arts, uh, agriculture, and then we have sciences, we have medical allied sciences. All of our students in every semester, they are going to these specific spaces where they take up community projects. So it is a part of our curriculum that every student mandatorily has to do with some credit based allocation given to them on community work. Now, that's just not going into the community to do anything. It's very well structured and very well planned. And we've aligned it with the requirements. We have a Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development Goals. And we also have an international relations office. So why I'm trying to bring in all these things is with the kind of global collaborations also that we have through our Office of International Affairs. One of the agendas on which we talk is how everyone is working on sustainability issues. So we also, when we collaborate on some academic programs in which we can mutually have immersions for our students, so we can have the faculties getting trained. We also look into one point which was earlier not our focus. I must admit it here, it was not earlier our focus, but eventually we've evolved. We also see what the universities are working on sustainability. We learn from best practices from each other. So there could be certain things we have not thought of, which comes as a part of an international collaboration. we work on those things, on how they are doing it in their countries, what kind of fundings are available. Our research cell is also in sync with it. So the kind of publications, the ground level work that's coming, it comes out in the form of some kind of publications. And then we are contextually setting all this into the rural immersion programs. So it's working in a very synchronized manner. Uh, so I would like to just speak of a project that our students, like in education, if I would say, I mean, from our school, there is a huge impetus on themes like literacy, and there would be on digital empowerment. So what we've identified is we've taken some cluster categories of where sustainability issues need to be worked. Now, specifically because this panel is related to the climate action, I'm restricting it to that. But we've identified all the 16 goals, because the 17th goal is partnership, and partnership requires collaboration, whether it's global collaboration or it's a local or a national level or a regional level collaboration. But the 16 global agendas that we have, these are categorized into clusters in which our students, through these community projects and internships, it's not just for a semester, it's an engaged project over a span of time, which begins with something like just doing a very basic, I would say, a baseline survey and identifying the problem, engaging with the community, understanding their problems, coming back to their rooms for some discussions and colloquiums with their faculties, with their teachers. And then sometimes the problems are so complex, because that's how the world operates. So we would also plan with the other schools how together we can work for a solution. So I think this is how we are doing it, and it's a sustained work. It's not something that if like the if say, I would say, like regarding the soil fertility, say for instance soil fertility, I take an example. So our school of agricultural sciences is working with the school of basic and applied sciences to actually test the chemical, the kind of composition, and also educate the farmers on how things can improve. And there might also be the requirement, suddenly with the interaction there is some legal requirement coming in, so the school of legal studies also pitches in. So I think very important is to work with a very thematic and a clustered approach, and as a long term. Let this not be just a short term, a semester based or few weeks. It should come with visibly making changes in the lives of the people we are around with. And also I think it has a huge learning scope for our students, because there's a huge attitudinal shift. It's not just about the knowledge and the skills, but it's also about the attitudinal shift that brings in. And all the universities we have partnered with, some of the best practices have evolved by mutual discussion with them. So, and we are also doing a lot of research, joint researches with them, which are on climate. So that's how we are striking a balance. Of course, funding sometimes with people across borders, it does work, but as of now that's something new for our university, but that's something also we can explore. So I think local work, as well as giving our students and faculties the exposure to engage uh, with organizations and with universities across, and bringing in the best practices, I think that's a way forward. We can do it that way. Yeah.
Definitely, ma'am. That is definitely the key. Here, I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed, who has joined us. Dr. Mohammed, please enlighten this discussion further on how we can balance global sustainability priorities with our local realities. Over to you, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Song, would you like to take up this discussion? I think there's some issue with the internet at Dr. Mohammed's end.
Right. Thank you, Vandita. I would say there's a big difference when academic institutions look into local settings and comparing it with global settings. So sometimes there needs to be a reboot. I mean, the local initiative should go outside into they should have an experience of the global network. So I would say uh, it will be very difficult to explain the global initiatives if the experts are limited into the local areas. So there's a need for an exposure. They have to explore, the experts have to explore, the students have to explore outside their local setting, like in our case in the Philippines, they have to visit Malaysia, they have to visit Singapore, China, Japan, so that they can understand the differences of the innovations that are being created. It is like opening the Pandora's box. So there are other things that can be done which can be adapted so that the perspective of we cannot the negative perspective of we cannot do that because they are a highly developed country and we are a developing country will be broken. So the wall that is hindering the development will be opened. So there will be a better view of experts and students, and that will lead to, I believe, that will open up collaboration of works, collaboration of designs, and perhaps looking forward to partnerships between different institutions with a common objective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Mohammed, welcome to the panel discussion. May we have your views?
Thank you, Ma. I want to say good evening here in Nigeria. It's an evening time. I'm sorry I had a lot of problem. I tried about 2 hours ago to join, but I'm able to join you. But now I really thank God for joining the discussion panel. I don't know whether there is something you want me to say right now.
Yes, we are actually discussing the policy frameworks. We are discussing how innovation and cross-cultural realities and local realities.
The policy of what?
So our topic is towards the sustainable development goals, and our panel discussion is about how climate change and environmental sustainability integration can be had in global curricula.
Okay.
So my question actually with from all of you actually was that how we can engage or understand our local realities.
Really, this is a very interesting issue to be discussed, not only at local level, not at a regional level, because climate change, we in the education sector, we have a lot to do, and we have different roles to play in order to bring solution to the existing challenges that are all over the world, at least to overcome the issues and approach this issue of the climate change in the academia. And most of our young generations, they are now in the classroom. We, in the educational sector, we are the one who is supposed to mentor the young generation. Number one, to know the climate change problem and the level of challenges we are facing globally and how to design a solution for overcoming or to overcome these problems. For example, if we are talking about introducing the new and modern solutions in the curriculum or educational curriculum, not only in the, a country level, but at a global level. We are discussing about the issue that each and every area of specialization, they have the role to play. For example, people from engineering or their scholars and their students should learn green technologies from their perspective. And then the students and scholars from business cycle, they should learn sustainable entrepreneurship in order to have everlasting solution to cater these problems. Even the student and scholars from medical line, they are the one who's supposed to teach and hold the attention of their student to understand climate-related health challenges that we are facing globally and know how to design a solution for that particular issue. Again, some students from agricultural department or field should develop a climate smart farming solutions. For example, here in Africa, we have our old system of farming solution to the problems that are attached to this climate change. For example, miscropping. Here in Nigeria, in West Africa, we have what we call olden system of farming, which new technologies used to develop those systems. So our experts in these fields supposed to merge together, join their ideas, bring their ideas, sit down together, share their perspective, share their ideas, and try to invent and to produce a long-lasting solution to these challenges. So if you are talking about the climate change, we need to develop a sustainable solution beyond learning in the classroom. Make it to be a practical issue, whether in the classroom or outside the classroom. So here, I want to join the discussion by telling our listeners, today, we are not having the issue of climate literacy because me and you, all of us, we believe that we have climate change challenge globally. What is our mandate today is how to solve this particular problem. Most of our students, they were given a topic on a climate change. They go and conduct a research, but the research remain as a soft copy or hard copy, kept in our libraries, kept in our schools, kept in our houses, maybe already stored in the website. Findings is our problem. Applicability of the findings is our problem. Let's take the findings, put them into practice. If you have a climate change in our area, which is related to desert encroachment, what we need after conducting a research, really we understand this problem is in existence and these are the ways in order to solve the problem. But how to implement the findings is our problem, more especially in Africa, more especially in emerging countries. So I want to suggest, let us, we in the academia or in the educational sector, try to put our students, make them the central of our discussion about climate change. After understanding the problem, after identifying the ways and solutions, let us put the solution into practice. If we need money, let us raise money the way we can. Maybe is a small amount of money to start solving the small problems. Let us seek intervention from industries, from companies, from good in order to raise a huge capital of money to come and see how to address the great and bigger challenges that are facing our environment. So this is my little observation before another topic to be discussed. Thank you, Ma. I'm sorry for coming late.
Thank you so much, sir. Of course, at every end we can have connectivity issues, so please don't apologize for that. I'm putting a very last question to the panel and would like to have a future perspective as we look ahead to 2030. Dr. Song, I would like to have your views from engineering and innovation perspective. What gives you the greatest hope for the future of climate education, and what priority should our students who are going to be educational leaders focus today to accelerate the process? I would love to have your perspective, sir. Thank you.
Oh, looking ahead at 2030, the attainment of the climate issues will be already not anymore a problem. It should have already been achieved. That is what I wanted to see in 2030. So for now, our educational leaders should already look at implementation, strict implementation of policies, creation of programs that will focus on the realization of their own objectives. For example, if we wanted to have a low carbon footprint, then it is about time to adopt low to adapt renewable energy in institutions. It may be expensive, it may be difficult, but it is up to the leaders to do the first step. If there will be an initial action, then there will be succeeding actions that will keep on improving. That is what I would like to see in my vision, that the mitigations will keep on improving and there will be a wider scope of practice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very positive future perspective. And we all hope to see that climate would not be an issue anymore. And we could talk about more innovation and more sustainable practices from all point of views, not only just engineering, but also from policy perspective. And I hope they change soon. And things matter more at the local level, not just at the global level. I'd like to, Dr. Gupta, to address this same question. How do you see 2030 and how do you see the policy frameworks emerging so that future leaders not just be innovators, but they be stakeholders? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think, when we take a vision of 2030, and here, even in India, we have a vision of ICERT Bharat 2047, which is, 100 years after we gained independence, 1947, we gained our independence. And I think I really can't say at the moment. We can just hope that we don't have climate issues, but the way we are playing with nature as humans, trust me, nature will not spare us. It can get unsparing if we play with it, and we do see how climate changes are so fast. So, but then on a positive and a very hopeful note, what's the future? First is, I think we need to, through the lens of our own professions. So even when you're from engineering or you're from any other field, and we are preparing our students for a future tomorrow, we want to have a sustainable solution coming in. We want to have things for our future generations. We need to together firstly understand the complexity of the problems and how we need to work together. That's very important. I think it's very important to collaborate, very important to apply our own domain knowledges in a very interdisciplinary context. We have to actually move to something transdisciplinary, if I would say. The real time things are very complex. Let's engage together, let's work together. uh, all of us, the future will be bright if all of us are conscious about the deteriorating climatic conditions we are bringing in. I think that's very important, because you can only act when you know how far and to what extent we are deteriorating it. And through the lens of education, I think with now so much of technologies with us, a lot of data driven things coming in, I think it should shape our policy perspective very well. And let's look in for having a world where we create scope for the future generations to breathe in fresh air, the aquatic animals to survive in the water that there is there, the birds to fly. I mean, it's just not us, it's about all the species. Now in India, when we say Vasudevai Kutumbakam, we say the world is a family. We are all a family. So if it's a family, it's just not about us humans. Even the birds, even the animals, they are a family. And so let's get conscious, let's get hopeful, and let's work toward it. And that's, I think, how I see it. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like Dr. Mohammed to please share his views. Okay, I think Dr.
Sorry, Ma, can you repeat the question, because sometimes I'm having network problem?
No worries, sir. I will repeat the question. My question is that how do we see our future? Like as we look towards 2030 and beyond, what gives you the greatest hope for the future of climate education? And what is that one priority that educational leaders should focus on today so that we can have a better future and we can accelerate the progress?
Okay. Yes, really, I get you. I get you. So since you are talking about the either 2030, 2040, 2050, or beyond that, really you are talking about the next generation time.
I think we have lost connection with Dr. Mohammed. If there is any question from the audience, please type in the chat box so that I can take it up with the panelists. Any questions from the audience as we are waiting for Dr. Mohammed to join in again? One of the participants, Dr. Song, is asking that can we have access to the papers of speakers? So would you like to give your LinkedIn address so that they could, share knowledge with you and learn from you?
You can start by searching my research output. Yeah. Okay.
Definitely. That's a great way to put it. I think Dr. Mohammed would not be able to join in. And since we do not have any particular question from the audience, I would like to take your permission, our esteemed panelist, to go ahead with closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this session to close, a few themes have emerged today with a remarkable clarity. Today, our panelists have reminded us that sustainability cannot remain confined to textbooks, policies, or isolated initiatives. It must be an integral part of how we learn, lead, innovate, and most importantly, engage with our communities. We have explored the role of education in shaping not only knowledge, but also values, responsibility, creativity, and agency. We have reflected on the importance of curriculum, how universities are improvising them, and how innovation is seeping ahead to from local to global cooperations, and community participation has become an integral part in preparing learners for rapidly changing world. At this heart, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation reflects the shared aspirations of SDG 4, quality education, SDG 13, climate action, along with collaboration. Yet it also reminds us that sustainable development is ultimately about people, about the choices they make, about the futures that we as a community of humans we imagine sans our boundaries, and the responsibilities that we are taking and are willing to embrace so that the vision of Dr. Swong that we would not have any climate issues at all in the coming decades would come to a reality. So, as educators, researchers, policymakers, and leaders, we have a unique opportunity and indeed an obligation to ensure that future generations are not merely informed about sustainability, but also they are empowered to advance it. I take this golden opportunity and sincere gratitude to Dr. Jeffred Oswong, Dr. Adamu Abubakar Muhammad, and Professor Tanya Gupta for their valuable insights and contributions to today's dialogue. I also thank all the participants, delegates, for joining us from across the globes and timelines for your continued commitment to building a more sustainable future through education. Ladies and gentlemen, on this World Environment Day, may we not leave with new ideas, but with a renewed purpose and a shared commitment to shaping sustainable futures through education. Thank you once again, and I wish you all a very meaningful and enriching continuation of ICERT Deep 2026. Thank you so much. I now pass the baton to our next moderator, Ms. Rimi Jain. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Please continue.
Okay. Warm greetings to everyone. I, Rimli Jain, delighted to stand before you as the moderator of first technical session of 2 days annual international conference on education 5.0, navigating digital transformation, AI ethics, and the future of work. It is with great pleasure and honor that I introduce our esteemed chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Savita Sharma. Dr. Savita Sharma is a chairperson and skill associate professor, skill department of tourism and hospitality, skill faculty of management study and research, deputy controller of examination, former director, internal quality assurance cell, former associate dean, DSW, Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, Haryana, India. Welcome, ma'am, to this session. Now, before we commence, I would like to express my gratitude to distinguished speakers who have generously shared their time and expertise with us. Their contribution promised to enlighten and inspire us. As we begin this technical session, let us embrace the spirit of curiosity and collaboration that drives our community forward. Without further delay, I would like to invite our first speaker of the day, Dr. Ritu Dhaliwal. And the title of presentation is Pedagogy for Education, Human 5.0, Human-Centric Tech. Dr. Ritu Dhaliwal.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you are audible.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me share my screen, ma'am.
I just like to mention one thing, that each presenter has only 5 minutes for their presentation. So kindly wind up your presentation within 5 minutes.
Is my screen visible?
No, it's not.
I have shared, but why not? May I
Ma'am?
speak?
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, Dr. Ritu, it is not visible.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, could you please permit me to present next, as we have some restrictions of using the screen? So we have been waiting from so long, and it was the technical
Ma'am,
session.
everyone is waiting. I can't do that.
Because the session was scheduled from 8 to 9:30, right, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am, but still we are trying to wind up early.
Ma'am, I am unable to share my screen. May I speak without sharing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You can
Good
speak.
morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone here, whoever is wherever. Today I am presenting my research topic titled as Pedagogy for Education 5.0 Co-Intelligence Framework, Developing Curricular Models where students learn alongside AI as collaborative partners. In recent years, artificial intelligence has transformed the educational landscape. Initially, AI tools were mainly used for search information or automatic tasks. However, the emergence of generative AI technologies has shifted this perspective. AI is no longer just a tool, it is gradually becoming a collaborative cognitive partner. Education 5.0 can integrate human-centered or technological efficiency. Education 5.0 focus on balancing technology with human values. It emphasizes on creativity, empathy, innovation, ethical thinking, and learner-centered education. The goal is not only to prepare students for jobs, but also to prepare them for meaningful participation in an AI-driven society. In this framework, technology supports human growth rather than replacing human intelligence. Now, let's understand what is the concept of co-intelligence. The concept of co-intelligence refers to collaborative thinking between humans and AI. Traditionally, students use technology as a passive source of information. In co-intelligence framework, however, AI actively participates in learning process such as brainstorming, feedback generation, research support, content creation, and problem solving. This creates a partnership where human creativity and AI computational abilities complement each other. Therefore, learning becomes more interactive, adaptive, and collaborative. So, before my research, this current educational research on AI mostly focus on intelligent tutoring system, automatic grading, personalized learning algorithms, and chatbot-based support systems. While these technologies are useful, they often treat AI merely as an assistant or automation tool. Very limited research explores AI as a cognitive partner, collaborator, capable of participating in shared knowledge construction. This gap creates the need for a new pedagogical framework that supports human AI collaborative learning. So, the major objective of this research is to examine the role of co-intelligence within Education 5.0, to develop curricular and pedagogical framework where the student collaborate with AI systems, to analyze the educational, ethical, and cognitive implications of human AI learning partnerships, to explore how teachers' role may evolve in AI mediated classrooms. These objectives aim to contribute to the future oriented educational research. So, now, what is co-intelligence framework? Let me discuss that. This proposed framework is based on three interconnected components. First one is student, then is AI system, and then are the teachers. In this model, AI supports adaptive learning, idea generation, and personalized feedback. Students engage actively with AI tools to construct knowledge. Teachers functions as facilitators, ethical guides, and critical mentors. The classroom, therefore, becomes a collaborative ecosystem where intelligence is shared rather than centralized. This framework supports inquiry based and effective learning practices. Now, let's discuss the pedagogical strategies. Several strategies can effectively support a co-intelligence learning environment, like project-based learning, collaborative inquiry, reflective AI assisted journals, AI supported research activities, and problem solving workshops. For example, students may use AI to generate ideas for research projects while critically evaluating the reliability and ethics of AI generated information. This approach develops both technological literacy and critical thinking. Now, the benefits of co-intelligence. This co-intelligence approach offers several educational benefits. First, it promotes personalized learning. Second, it enhances creativity by encouraging students to co-create content with AI. Third, it improves digital literacy and prepares learners for future workplaces where human AI collaboration will become increasingly common. Additionally, students become more engaged because learning becomes interactive and participatory. There are some challenges also, and there are some benefits of it. Despite its benefits, co-intelligence pedagogy also raises several challenges. One major concern is over independence on AI technologies, which may reduce interdependent critical thinking. Others concern includes algorithm bias, misinformation, data privacy, and ethical misuse of AI system. Therefore, educational institution must ensure ethical AI literacy, transparent AI policies, and continued human oversight. Human judgment should always remain central to education. There are some research gap also, like co-intelligence pedagogy, collaborative intelligence framework, or AI integrated curriculum design. Most existing literature still treats AI as a supplementary tool rather than a collaborative intellectual partner. Therefore, the research attempts to fill an important gap by proposing theoretical and pedagogical model for Education 5.0. In the future, co-intelligence framework, okay ma'am, okay, may significantly transform educational system. To, to conclude, I would like to say co-intelligence framework represent an emerging and innovative direction in educational pedagogy. Education 5.0 encourages us to move beyond traditional technology assisted learning toward collaborative human AI learning ecosystem. Further, interdisciplinary research is needed to understand how AI and humans can learn together responsibly and effectively. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening me so patiently.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu Dhaliwal, for sharing your knowledge and expertise. Now, I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Jajbir Singh, on the topic Reimaging the Education 5.0 through Ayurveda.
Yes, ma'am.
A human-centered framework for AI ethics, digital wellness, and future workforce development. Dr. Jajbir Singh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can I share my PPT?
It's up to you. If you are thinking that you are able to present your paper verbally, then go ahead with that. Because please adhere to the time limit. It is
Okay,
5 minutes for everyone.
Okay. Greeting to everyone. I am Dr. Jajbir Singh. My presentation topic is Remaining Education 5.0 through the Ayurveda, a human-centered framework for the AI, ethics, digital wellness, and the future workshop development. And first of all, the concept of the integration of Ayurveda and the education 5.0, that of the Ayurveda, that of the yoga, mental wellness, lifestyle, and ethics, as well as of the education 5.0, that of the AI, ethics, innovation, sustainability, and the human values. And these are the education 5.0, that of the future of the learning, that provide of the technology, that of the artificial intelligence, digital innovation, and smart technology, and the digital network, and from the technology driven learning that provide main focus area on the holistic growth of the creativity, as well as the sustainability, emotional intelligence, and human centered learning, and the emerging challenges that of the digital fatigue, AI dependency, mental stress, ethical concern, and lifestyle disorder, and that of the need for Ayurveda in education 5.0, that of the Ayurveda as of a holistic science that provide of the physical health, mental balance, ethical conduct, and sustainable lifestyle, and cognitive development, and the key concept of to it, that of the swasthya, state of the complete physical, mental, and the mental, social, and spiritual well-being, and the dincharya, that of the daily routine, and the ritucharya, that of the seasonal routine, and the sadhvit, that of the ethics and the good habits, and medhir and that of the rejuvenation therapy through of the promote of the memories, intellect, and the longevity, and the yoga and meditation that provide of the body, mind, and the soul, enhance the awareness and the concentration. And the problem statement of this study, that the challenges that of the excessive screen use, that of the provide of the stress and insomnia, AI dependency that provide of the reduced creativity, mental pressure that provide of the anxiety, and the burnout, and the lack of ethics that provide of the AI misuse, and sedentary lifestyle that provide of the health disorder. And these are the aim and the objective of study, that of the aim of the study, that to explore the role of Ayurveda in strengthening of the education 5.0 through of the digital wellness, AI ethics, mental health promotion, and sustainable learning, and the future workforce development. And the objective that of the analyze the Ayurveda relevance in education 5.0, and the study impact of the yoga and meditation, and evaluate the digital stress management, and assess the AI ethics and awareness, and develop the Ayurveda education 5.0 model. And the literature review that of the Ayurveda and the education that of the Charak Sanhita that provide of the balance, development of the body and the mind, and Sushru Sanhita that provide of the preventive health and the discipline, and the Ashtanga that provide Dincharya and the Sadhvit, and the modern education that of the UNESCO provide of the human-centered AI education, and WHO rising of the digital stress concern. And these are the hypotheses of study, that of the null hypothesis, that of the H0, that is no significance relationship exists between the Ayurveda practice and the mental wellness and productivity, and the alternative hypothesis H1 that provide of the Ayurvedic lifestyle practice can improve the mental wellness, ethical awareness, and academic productivity. And these are the research methodology of the study, that of the mixed method study, that of the qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis, survey method, and observation. And the sample size is 200 participants, student 120, and the teacher 40, and the researcher 20, and the healthcare professional is that of the 20. And these are the data collection method, that of the data primary sources, that of the questionnaire and interview, and the secondary data of the research article, reports, and the classical text and statistical tool data. So use of the percentage analysis, mean score, chi-square test, and the correlation analysis. And these are the sample size, that of the student 120, and teacher 40, and the researcher 20, and the health professional that of the 20.
And these are the demographic profile that of the age distribution: 18 to 25 year 47.5%, 26 to 35 year 30%, and 36 to 45 15%, and above 45 7.5%. And the gender ratio, that is the male 55% and the female 45%. These are the demographic profile of the participation already discussed. And these are the gender distribution: male is 110, that is 55%, and female 90 45%. That of the awareness level, that of the highly awareness 85 respondent, and moderately aware 70, and slightly aware 30, and the not aware, that of the 50. And the impact of the yoga and meditation on the stress reduction, that of the highly improved, that of the 90 and 92, and improve 70, and neutrals 22, and not improve 16. And these are the impact of the yoga and meditation that provide of the outcome, that of the yoga and meditation improve the stress control, concentration, and emotional stability. And these are the statistical analysis of the chi-square test, that of the chi-square test 18.52, and the table value is 9.49. That of the result, that also the null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is acceptable, that of the Ayurveda practice show the significant impact of the mental wellness. And the correlation analysis, that of the yoga and the productivity 0.78%, meditation and emotional stability 0.82%, and digital discipline and sleep quality 0.75%, that provide of the strong positive relationship observed. And these are the result that provide the Ayurveda significantly improve the mental wellness in the digital stress population. Secondly, that the yoga and meditation enhance the concentration and productivity. And third, that of the student practicing the Ayurveda lifestyle principle demonstrate the better emotional regulation, awareness regarding of the AI ethics, increasing the with of the value based education and the digital wellness practice, and reduce of the screen related stress. And the holistic education model improve of the student satisfaction and engagement, and integration of the Ayurveda into the education, that of the 5.0 support of the sustainable human development. And these are the major outcome of study, that of the education that provide of the improved learning efficiency, and the mental health that provide the reduce the stress and anxiety, ethics that of the better AI responsibility awareness, and lifestyle that provide the improved sleep and discipline and productivity, enhance the focus and creativity, and sustainability that provide of the eco-conscious behavior changes. And these are the Ayurveda education 5.0 framework that provide the education 5.0, that of the AI ethics, digital innovation, sustainability, and human value wellness and advice. Ayurveda core, that of the yoga, meditation, dincharya, sattvic, and mental wellness. And these are the limitation of study, that of the limited the sample size study conform to the selected educational institution, and dependence on the self-reported data, and the limited longitudinal observation and regional variation in the awareness level. And these are the future scope, that of the AI-based Ayurvedic learning, digital wellness platform, and mindfulness class room, and smart health monitoring, and global Ayurveda education model. And these are the recommendation, that of the education level, that include the yoga and meditation, and promote the digital discipline, and develop the AI ethics curriculum. And the institution level, that of the wellness center, and mindfulness program, and holistic campus environment. And these are the conclusion of this study, that of the Ayurveda plus education 5.0 provide the balanced future, that of the Ayurveda that provide of the holistic well-being, body balance, mind clarity, natural healing, and life in harmony. And the education 5.0, that of the lifelong learning, AI and technology, global citizenship, and personalized learning, and collaboration, and empathy, that integration promote of the human value, ethical technology, mental wellness, and sustainable development. And the future education should develop not only of the artificial intelligence, but also of the emotional intelligence. And these are the references used in my study. And thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jajbir Singh. Your research has left a profound impact, and your presentation skills were too remarkable. Thank you for sharing your expertise.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Now I would like to call our next presenter, Ms. Lalita Yadav and Dr. Banita, IoT on
Yes,
topic
ma'am.
IoT-driven parking management, enhancing efficiency and reducing congestion.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Lalita, and I would like to present my topic, design and implementations of smart parking management system using Internet of Things. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Sahida Kandi Sanusi has left the meeting. Sahida Kandi Sanusi has joined the meeting.
Today my topic is smart parking management systems using IoT. IoT as a network of connected devices with sensors, software, and communication capabilities. Roles.
Dr. Vidhi Grover has left the meeting. Usman Musa has left the meeting. Ahmad Muhammad Abbas has left the meeting. Sikaru Morakinayo Rami has left the meeting.
May I continue, Dr. Lalita, please?
Yes, ma'am. My screen is visible or not?
Yes, your screen is visible. Kindly start your presentation.
Okay. Current parking challenges issues in urban areas. Common parking problem included limited space, inefficient usage, and difficulty in finding spots. Impact on traffic and environment consequences such as increasing congestion, pollution, and waste fuel caused by parking inefficiency. What is the solutions for the smart parking sensor? We use various sensors like ultrasonic, infrared, and magnetic detect vehicle presence in parking space accurately. And we use the data collection method sensors gather data continuously and transmit wireless network for real-time parking status. Real-time parking information system, mobile app, and user face. User interface, mobile apps provide users with interactive maps and notifications to find and reserve parking spot easily. What is the efficient improvements reducing search time for parking? IoT sensor guide drivers directly to available spots, significantly cutting down the time spent searching for parking. Optimization space utilization. Real-time data has maximized the use of data according to area by monitoring occupancy and directly park the vehicle efficiently. Lower congestions and environmental impact. Lower traffic congestions by minimizing circling for parking, reduce vehicle buildings, easily busy areas. Decrease emissions and fuel consumptions, efficient parking, reduce engines, driving distance, leading to lower emissions and fuels use. How to implement the smart parking infrastructure? We should have infrastructure requirement, access necessary hardware, software, and network components for successful system deployment and operations. Cost and maintenance factors. Evaluate initial investment, ongoing expenses, and resource allocation for upcoming and upgrades. Emerging innovations and futures use AI and machine learning integrations. Explore how AI enhances automations, predictive analysis, and decision-making capabilities in new technologies. And vehicle-to-infrastructure communications. Understand the benefits of real-time data exchange between vehicle and road infrastructures for improper safety and efficiency. Thank you.
Imoekot has joined the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Lalita, for your presentation and sharing information with us. Now, I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Adekunle Emmanuel Makanjula, on the topic AI Ethics and Integrity in Education 5.1, Chat GPT's role in assessment for Nigerian pre-service teachers. Dr. Adekunle? Dr. Adekunle Emmanuel Makanjula? Are you there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Yes. Please be louder.
I'm right there. Thank you. Good
Okay.
morning. Good morning to you. And I would say good afternoon to you from Nigeria. Distinguished colleagues, I want to say a very big thank you from us and my co-authors. My name is Adekunle Emmanuel Makonjola, and I represent the Department of Social Studies and Civic Education at Federal College of Education, Abeokuta in Nigeria. I am joined in authorship by Blessing Mary Aninko, Titilayo Omobolanle Onojide Saheed Akonbi Sanusi, and Saidat Anima Todumbako. Honestly, it is a privilege to present virtually on this conference, Education 5.0 conference on navigating digital transformation, AI ethics, and the future of work. The
Excuse me,
arrival of
will you be using your presentation slides?
Hello?
I can't see any presentation slides from you. Will you be using that?
Okay, let me share my slides. I thought I've done that.
Yes, please. Thank you. Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
You can just make it on a slideshow and then you may start.
Okay. The
Thank
arrival of generative AI platform and ChatGPT in particular has introduced a powerful and unavoidable tension in the educational ecosystem. On one side, AI is genuinely accelerating personalized learning and automating many of the administrative and instructional tasks that consume teachers' time. This is a real and documented benefit on one side. But on the other side, this same technology critically disrupts conventional educational models. In seconds, what does that mean for assessment we have relied upon to measure learning? So this tension between AI as a tool and AI as a threat to academic integrity is the central problem that our study seeks to examine. And it is a problem that is acutely felt in the Nigerian higher education context. Education 5.0 presents us with a demanding mandate. It calls on institutions to integrate generative AI in ways that develop digital competent, future-ready educators, but without compromising the foundational academic integrity and assessment validity that give education its meaning and credibility. To meet with this mandate, we must balance three interconnected pillars. These three interconnected pillars, the first is technological integration, leveraging AI and educational technology platform to augment, not to replace traditional teaching. And the second is personalized learning, using AI adaptive capacity to respond to individual students' needs, pace and learning style. The third is ethical skill, developing and cultivating in our students the kind of moral reasoning and professional judgment that no algorithmic can provide. Getting this balance, getting it right, particularly in a resource-constrained and policy-thin environment like Nigeria, is the challenge that motivates everything in this study. To understand our findings, you must first understand the context in which they were generated. Nigeria presents what we describe in this paper as a landscape of dualities, a place where the promise and the peril of AI exist in the same classroom, sometimes in the same students. On the opportunity side, AI fills critical instructional gaps in institutions where teacher to student ratio are strained and instructional support resources are limited. It provides global information, access to learners who might otherwise be isolated. It prepares future teachers with critical future-ready digital competencies. And it enables personalized learning and content organization in ways that were previously impossible to scale. But the constraints are equally real, and they are structural too. Severe infrastructure deficits, unreliable power grids, and prohibitively expensive mobile data means that AI access is inconsistent, and for many students, it is unaffordable. The unchecked use of AI poses deep challenges to conventional notions of academic authorship and original efforts. And perhaps most critical part of it is that there is an acute absence of formal institutional policy framework to guide how AI should be used in learning and assessment. For instance, when the researchers went to the field, we realized that so many students have access to come up with AI-generated content. But on the very factual point, when being subjected to talking to what they have, we realized that they could not come up with mastery to really show that what they have with them are actually from them. They only went through it, copying it through ChatGPT without any form of checking through again to see how they could get themselves through. The literature is clear that when used thoughtfully, AI can function as a powerful cognitive scaffold for pre-service teachers. Our review identified three primary scaffolding mechanisms. The first is pedagogical simulation, as shown on the slide. This is when AI like ChatGPT support future educators in active lesson planning. And the second one is the instant feedback and clarifications, where AI provides immediate, on-demand responses that reduce cognitive overload and help students to build conceptual understanding incrementally without the delays inherent in traditional feedback cycle. And the last one there is the third one that we refer to as the higher order thinking. When used with intention, AI can free learners from the cognitive burden of basic information retrieval, thereby enabling them to move into the higher register in critical synthesis, creative application, and reflective analysis. The very competencies of Education 5.0 demands, as demonstrated by Gupta, Saini et al. 2024. Another aspect that I would want us to also look into in the literature is the digital divide in AI access, where the third critical theme in our literature review is the digital divide. And this is perhaps the most troubling dimension of AI in Nigerian education system because it is largely invisible in global policy conversation. Resource-rich institutions enjoy reliable internet connectivity, modern personal devices, and ready access to premium AI tools. For their students, all AI is an everyday resource constrained institution on the other hand face a critical problem: high data cost, socioeconomic disparities, unreliable power grid, and limited device
Dr.
ownership
Makangela?
also create.
Dr. Makangela, sorry for interruption. Kindly conclude your presentation.
Okay. The research find out that ignoring the integrity intentions that are equally present in our data, the problem is perhaps best captured in the gap between output and the process, where students might submit work to earn high grades and appear polished, but the underlying process may have involved no meaningful cognitive engagement. So with this, the research suggested that institutions in Nigeria should not discourage the use of AI, adopt it, but come up with institutional policies that will help to streamline the usage, where the students will be able to have access to what they should do and where not to do. Maybe there will be tolerance level of the level to which AI content can be in their work. Once this is done, then this will help AI to have its stability and the required stamina that it requires to boost educational endeavor in 5.0 education era. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adekunle Emmanuel Makangela, for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you. Now, the next presenter is Dr. Timothy Okemkinde on the topic Functional Education as Predictors of Self-Employed Graduates' Productivity in Oyo State Senatorial District, Oyo State, Nigeria. Dr. Timothy.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, am I on?
Yeah.
Thank you so
Good
much.
evening, sir.
Yo, thank you so much.
Kindly share your presentation if you have.
I have it. I'm trying to share it. I'm trying to share it, but let me go on when I'm doing that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Dr. Timothy Okemakinde, and the title of my presentation is Functional Education as Predictors of Self-Employed Graduates' Productivity in Oyo State, Oyo South Senatorial District, Oyo State, Nigeria. The motivation or the problem of the study lies on graduate unemployment, skills gaps, business collapse, and economic development stagnation. Please, am I on?
Continue, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
on, continue.
Okay. Now, the objectives of the study, the main objective is to establish the relationship between functional education and self-employed graduates' productivity in Oyo South Central District, Oyo State, Nigeria. Specifically, the study seeks to determine the relationship between ICT skills and self-employed graduates' productivity in the selected area, and to determine the relationship between management skills and self-employed graduates' productivity in the selected area. The following hypotheses guided the study. One, there is no signal relationship between ICT skills and self-employed graduates' productivity in the selected area. And there is no signal relationship between managerial skills and self-employed graduate productivity in the selected area. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to share it. It's not coming up. Should I continue? Am I on? Hello?
Yes, please.
You're on,
Okay.
you're on.
Oh, thank you so much. Now, methodology. Distributed software research design was adopted for the study, and all self-employed graduates identified in the 11 local government area of the selected area form the population of the study. Then purposive and simple random sampling techniques were used to select 100 self-employed graduates in the 11 local government areas. And it is purposive in the sense that the respondent must, one, be a graduate, and two, they must have established the business ventures up to 5 years. Eventually, the number of respondents for the study is thus 1,100, and the instrument used to collect data for the study was tagged Self-Employability Skills and Productivity Questionnaire. The reliability of the instrument was assessed, and 0.8 values were obtained, which was considered good enough. And PPMC, Pearson Product Movement Correlation, was used to analyze the data using SPSS version 21.0. Findings revealed a high and positive relationship between ICT skills possessed by self-employed graduates and their productivity level in the selected area. And there was also a high and positive relationship between the managerial skills possessed by self-employed graduates and their productivity level in the selected area. The study concludes that based on the findings, ICT and managerial skills possessed by self-employed graduates play pivotal roles in business productivity and enhance sustainable economic development of Oyo State Central District in Oyo State, Nigeria. Thus, these skills have gone a long way in reducing the level of unemployment and poverty faced by many Nigerian graduates by creating gainful self-employment and job opportunities for themselves and others. Based on the findings and the conclusions, recommendations were made that stakeholders in the education industry to ensure that adequate fund is being given to tertiary institutions so that they will be able to acquire digital instruments needed to ensure that these undergraduates are being trained with needed ICT skills and managerial skills in order to reduce the level of unemployment graduates in the country and sustain self-employment. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Timothy Okemekinde, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Now
I'm
the
sorry
next
the PowerPoint didn't come up. I'm very sorry for that. Thank you so much.
No issue, no issue.
Thank you.
Now the
Thank
next presenter is Mrs. Mercy Olwatson Odeyokun on the topic navigating the algorithmic frontier. Mrs. Mercy Olwatson.
Èèyàn bíi 200 tí ó pè rẹ̀ lónìí àtọ̀là. About 200. One láti bẹ̀rẹ̀. One.
There's no provision for us to ask questions from presenters. No provision for questions.
It will be answered later on if there is any query. It will be answered at the end of the session. Now I would like to invite next presenter, Dr. Mercy Oluwatson Odekin. Are you there? Okay, I think she is not there. So the next presenter is Dr. Abu Bakar Ibrahim Muhammad on the topic integrating generative AI into metalwork technology education for lifelong skills development in Nigerian technical colleges. Dr. Abu Bakar Ibrahim Muhammad. Dr. Abu Bakar Ibrahim Muhammad, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please present your, share your screen if you have
Okay, let
presentation.
me share the screen. Let me share. Okay, arrow. Let me see my laptop whether showing me an arrow for the. We are trying to share the slides.
Yeah.
It shows. I don't know what is happening. Unspotted document. So may I start without the?
Yeah,
sharing
you
screen?
can continue.
Okay. Hello, good evening. Is it maybe in some places morning? But my name is Dr. Abubakar Ibrahim Muhammad from Federal College of Education Technical BT, Department of Meteorology Technology Education. The topic is integrating generative AI into meteorology technology education for lifelong skill development in Nigerian technical colleges. The background studies was like this. There's a rapid growth of generative AI in education and industry. So there's a need for digital transformation in technical and vocational education and training. That is debate. So meteorology technology education is one of the areas in Tibet, and it faces modernization challenges. So, and there's a need for lifelong learning is essential industrial 4.0 and 4.5. Problem statement. Traditional instructional approaches dominate many technical colleges. Two, there's a limited AI integration and digital infrastructure in the technical colleges. Likewise, skills mismatch between graduate and industrial needs. Consequently, there's a need for innovative approach to lifelong skills development. Aims and objectives. The objectives of study goes like this. One, examining integrating of generative AI into meteorology technology education. Two, to explore application of generative AI. Three, to identify challenges and opportunities. Four, to propose implementation strategies. Concept of generative AI. AI system just generates text, images, design, code, and simulation. Example, ChatGPT, gaming, cloud, DLE. These all support personalization and automation, as well as creativity. So there's a need for transformation, teaching, and learning processes. Method of technology. Method of technology education is focused on the develop conceptual and entrepreneurial competencies. I am with the. Are you hearing me, sir, madam? Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Okay.
Yes.
Support, okay, methodological technology support in industrial and technological development. So it requires alignment with emerging technologies. When we go to look at lifelong learning, this is continuous acquisition of knowledge and skills, support employability and adaptability, and encourages reskilling and upskilling, while it's uphold critical for future workforce designing. This study has a theoretical framework. The theoretical framework is deal with constructive learning theory. While in constructive learning theory, learners actively construct knowledge, while AI support interactive and learner-centered experiences, and also to promote discovery, experimentation, and problem solving. So where this will be applicable? One, the first application is intelligent tutoring system. In intelligent tutoring system with personalized learning support to instant explanation and feedback. And there's a 24-hour round. That is 247 learning assistance. Self-paced competency. Second application is virtual workshop simulation. Because in method work, we are dealing with workshops. So there's a need for simulation. Somebody is coming in. Please let him mute himself. One is safe environment for practical learning. With virtual workshop simulation, we can get a safe environment. Also, virtual workshop simulation reduce material wastage, because in traditional method, we use the real material for teaching and learning in practical. So more funds is needed there. So now with this virtual workshop simulation, there's a reduce of wastage of materials. Sadly, there's repeated practice opportunities. A student can repeatedly practice that what he has learned through virtual workshop. And it is exposed to industrial process. It exposes the student to industrial process. Third application, automated design generation. AI-assisted computer-aided activities. It also promotes prototype and fabrication design support. It improves creativity and innovation. Likewise, it enhances project-based learning. Benefit of is the integration. Since we're talking about integration of AI into method technology. So what is the benefit? One, improved learning outcomes. Two, it enhances creativity and innovation. Three, it increases access to learning resources. Four, workforce readiness and employability. And last but not the least, promoting of lifelong learning. With this benefit, but there's challenges which we can face in this situation. One, there's inadequate infrastructures. Most of the technical colleges, they are facing with the infrastructure, more especially ICT facilities. Two, there's limited teacher AI competencies. Most of the teachers, they don't have competencies, AI competencies. Very high implementation cost. For the implementation of the program, there's high cost. Then the curriculum rigidity. Our curriculum is rigid. There's a need for reviewing the curriculum. Challenge. Lastly, ethical and academic integrity concern. This is about the challenges. The implications for debate. Modernization of technical education. There's a need for technical education, and improved industrial competitiveness, entrepreneurship development, and alignment with Industry 5.0 demand. Recommendation. The study recommended that there's a need for increased government funding to strengthening teacher professional development. 3, integrate AI literacy into curricula for promote blended learning. There's a need for promoting the blended learning as a traditional learning with the AI and the ICT learn together, which it will help in improving the learning situation of the student. Then support research and innovation. Conclusion. Generative AI can transform metalwork technology education. It also support lifelong learning and workforce readiness. It enhances innovation, productivity, and availability. Finally, it requires coordinate implementation and effort. This is about the paper. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abubakar Ibrahim Mohammed, for your thought-provoking presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now the next presenter I would like to call is Dr. Kaushal Chauhan on role of big data in modern library science services.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I'm just sharing my slide.
Yeah. And kindly adhere to the time limit of 5 minutes.
Sure, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Kaushal Chauhan. I am working as a librarian at MDSD College, Ambala City. My topic of presentation is role of big data in modern library services. What is big data? Large volumes, structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data that require advanced tools for analysis. The purpose of the presentation is to explore big data tools, applications, benefits, challenges, and future prospects in libraries. Traditional approach relies on circulation records and user surveys, while big data approach relies on uses of diverse data sources, including digital footprints and online interactions. Limited and structured data sets in traditional approach, and in big data approach, large, diverse, and real-time data sets. In traditional approach, periodic analysis and reporting, and in big data approach, continuous monitoring and analytics. Traditional approach, reactive decision making, and big data approach, predictive and data-driven decision making. In traditional approach, generalized services for all users, and in big data approach, personalized and user-centric services. Big data tools used in libraries: Apache Hadoop, Apache Spark, Tableau, Power BI, Elasticsearch. In addition to these tools, modern libraries also utilize various digital repositories and research analytics and search platforms such as DSpace, ePrints, Greenstones, Apache, Google, Scopus, Google Scholar, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. Apache Hadoop is a framework for storing and processing very large amount of data across multiple computers. How library can use it? Stores years of circulation data, analyze book borrowing trends, process large digital collections, analyze millions of repository downloads. Example, suppose you have 10 years of issue return records and e-resources access logs, student library visit records. Hadoop can identify most borrowed subjects, peak library usage periods, and resources that should be allocated. Apache Spark. Apache Spark is a fast analytic platform that processes data much faster than Hadoop. How can a library use it to analyze user behavior, create recommendation systems, perform predictive analytics? Tableau converts data into interactive charts and dashboards. How a library can use it to create visual reports showing monthly visitors, book circulation, e-resource usage, department-wise library use. Example, you can create dashboard displaying science students using 35% usage, commerce students 25% usage, art students 45% usage, and this help management to understand library utilization. Power BI is a Microsoft Business Intelligence tools, and how can library use it to import Excel data, generate automatic reports, create dashboards for administration. Suppose you are having issue written records, visitor registers, survey responses. Power BI can transform them into trend graphs, department comparisons, usage statistics, and annual reports. Elasticsearch is a powerful search engine for large collection of documents. Library can use it to improve opaque searching, search institutional repository content, search thesis, dissertation, and digital documents. Suppose institution develop a digital repository containing research papers, question papers, ebooks, institutional publications. Elasticsearch can enable fast full text searching across all documents. Major areas of big data applications in libraries: collection analytics, user analytics, research analytics, and administrative decision support. Advantages of big data in libraries: improve decision making on acquisitions, enhance user satisfaction through personalization, reduced operational cost via automation, predictive analysis for future trends in user behavior and resource usage. Big data in library resource management: optimizing collection management, analyzing usage data, and demand forecasting. Enhancing user experience and personalization, personalized recommendations. Library can analyze borrowing history, user preferences to suggest relevant books, journals, digital resources. User behavior analytics, customized information services, enhanced resource discovery, and improved user satisfaction. Space optimization, automation, and operational efficiency. Space optimization, monitoring library occupancy, study room utilization analysis, smart space planning. Automation, automated reporting, smart inventory management, real-time monitoring. And operational efficiency, workflow optimization, reduced manual tasks, improved staff productivity. Case studies and real world examples. New York Public Library use Tableau, Power BI, integrated library system analytics, and digital collection analytics for tools for collection optimization, borrowing pattern analysis, and resource allocation. Like that, a National Library Board Singapore use tools and technologies, AI and machine learning platforms, data analytic dashboards, cloud-based analytics systems, user behavior analytics tools, to personalized recommendations, user behavior analysis, to digital service enhancement. In India, National Digital Library of India, tools and technologies used big data analytics platforms, AI-based search systems, usage analytics dashboards, cloud infrastructure, applications, monitoring millions of users, resource usage analytics, and personalized content discovery. Challenges and solution in big data implementation in libraries. Challenges: infrastructure limitations. Solution is invest in modern technology and scalable systems. Challenge: data integration issues, implement effective data management framework. Staff skill gaps, conduct training and capacity building programs. Privacy concern, develop strong data governance and ethical policies. Resource constraints, prioritize projects, explore external funding. Data security risk, adopt robust cyber security measures. Digital divide, ensure equitable access to digital resources and services. Ethical and transparency issues, promote fairness, accountability, and transparency. Future prospects of big data in libraries: AI-driven predictive analytics, strategic data-driven decision-making, integration with emerging technologies, ethical and transparent data practices, skilled and data literate library professionals, smart and user-centric libraries. The future of libraries lies in leveraging big data, AI, emerging technologies to create intelligent, innovative, and user-centered knowledge ecosystem. Recommendations for libraries: adopt transparent data practices, develop user-centric data policies, invest in staff training, strengthen data security measures, promote data-driven decision-making, embrace emerging technologies. Libraries should combine ethical data practices, skilled staff, and emerging technologies to create sustainable and user-centric environment. Conclusion: transforming library services. Big data is revolutionizing library operations through improved resource management, service delivery, and decision making. Enhanced user experience, data-driven insights enable personalized services, better resource discovery, and increased user satisfaction. Ethical and responsible use: libraries must ensure data privacy, security, and ethical use of user information. Supporting innovation: big data supports evidence-based planning, research analytics, and operational efficiency. Future-ready libraries: the integration of big data, AI, and artificial technologies, digital technologies will divide the development of smart and user-centric libraries. Big data empowers libraries to become more intelligent, efficient, and responsive to the evolving needs of users in digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaushal Chauhan, for your thought-provoking presentation. Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Dr. Sumit Ghosh on Education 5.0, Water Security and Sustainable Development. Dr. Sumit Ghosh.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Very, very good evening, madam. And thank you yourself and Dr. Savita Sharma, madam, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. I'll just share my screen, madam. Madam, is my screen visible?
It's visible. It's okay.
Okay, ma'am.
It's visible.
Just a minute, madam.
Your screen is visible, but not your presentation.
Okay, madam. Just a minute, madam. And is it now visible, madam?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, madam, for confirming from your side. So,
kindly do the slideshow.
Yeah, sure, madam. Is it okay, madam?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you, madam. So I am Dr. Sumit Ghosh from the Department of Physics, Andhra Vidyalaya College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Hyderabad. And today I will be presenting my paper on Education 5.0, Water Security and Sustainable Management. So first and foremost, I would like to add that my paper is in total cognizance with what our panel members today had explained to us on the concept of climate action and environmental sustainability. And where one of our speakers, Dr. Tanya Gupta, had said that we have to stop talking sustainability and make the students living sustainability. So that means we have to introduce the concept of more action-oriented projects on the field rather than just keeping it what you can say limited to the textbooks and classrooms. So one of the goal of Education 5.0 is to transform the existing educational system by amalgamating cutting edge technology with human centered learning. This is well and good. We all agree with it. But one of the fundamental tenets of this Education 5.0 is sustainable development, which is the need of the hour, as it links global sustainability goals and encourages the students to acquire skills that enhance societal and environmental well-being. Hence, climate action and environmental sustainability integration in global curricula is the need of the hour. So my paper is completely in tune with SDG goal 6, which is to like our campus. I am talking what we have done in practice rather than giving what you can say theory. What I have done in the campus is a huge campus, and I will be sharing those details with you. And today also being World Environment Day, my paper completely tunes in with that. So next, let us go to how to empower these young minds from sustainable. So as madam had said, we have to living sustainability has to be introduced. That means the students have to be made environmental literate citizens. So for that, we suggest that integrating environmental engineering within the domain of the ecosystem provides students as an interesting laboratory for learning sustainability. That means in real life situations we have to create. So how do we do that? So by designing practical teaching tools within the college campus, students can receive hands-on training on sustainable development. That means create situations within the campus so that students will have a live demo. Then students can take projects like water treatment, water management, energy efficiency, lowering carbon footprint, waste reduction and recycle, public awareness campaigns, to name a few. These are the various techniques where experiential learning can be introduced for students. And in this process, our college, what my the success story in water conservation through innovation is the reverse osmosis is, or RO technique, water plant management, is an interesting living laboratory which has been used as an education dimension to engage, educate, and empower our college students on a sustainable method of treatment and recycling the groundwater. So this is what we have done as per SDG goal 6. So what are the key sustainability principles that are being imparted to the student? First, it involves the conservation of resources. Students will get an idea of how to conserve the resources, as treated wastewater can be reused for various other purposes like watering the gardens, landscapes, and turfs. So this is one thing. Secondly, it also involves sustainability as it cuts plastic waste, lowering energy consumption, reducing carbon footprint in campus. Thirdly, it improves the student health, which is very important, as RO water enhances cognitive focus, encourages healthy hydration habits, and reducing even the sugary drink intakes which they get in the canteens. And finally, students can also learn about the technical, economic, and social impact of sustainability using this concept which we have introduced in life. So what we have tried to do is we have tried to give them an experiential learning technique. Now I will share you these photographs which are live scenes. In this slide you can see this is we have total 3 water RO plants, and on the left side of the slide that is the RO plant, whereas on the right side you can see the discharge is being used in our gardens, so that not only it waters the trees, which is very essential, and also it again recharges the groundwater. Now similarly here this is the RO plant, the second RO plant which is being used, and this is the third RO plant which has been set up. 3 RO plants are catering to the needs of supplying clean and hygienic drinking water for all the students and staff. So here you can see these all gardens which I have shown you are all being 90% of it is being what you can say recharged using these RO water plants. And we have a huge campus. As you can see, these campuses are all being maintained on this. So here what the students get, as I told you, they are getting an idea of the maintaining, the recharging the groundwater level, and at the same time they are also getting a technology updation in this regard. So what are my conclusions? So in order to recognize the significance of Education 5.0 in sustainable development, it is crucial to bridge the gap. That is very essential by designing projects that explicitly consider the creation of tangible and relevant experiential learning tools. So here it is very important. It should be tangible. The students, if we want to make them aware of something, we have to make them involved in those things. So that I have tried to do. Then we have made the RO water plant as an interesting living laboratory which has been used as an educational dimension to educate, engage, and empower our colleges students on sustainable method of treatment and recharge of groundwater, and blending conceptual learning with hands-on. This is where we have done not just say but also practice, make that experiential learning concept with hands-on training was a rewarding experience. Why? Because the students were able to connect the abstract knowledge, because what they learned in the books now they are getting to see in the real world scenarios, fostering the understanding of the concept of sustainable development. So thank you once again to our panel members for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit
Thank you,
Ghosh.
Doctor.
Your research has inspired meaningful discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Now the next
Is there any hello? Is there any
Dr. Sumit, I just want to ask one thing that you
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have been mentioning that you give the real time experience to the students. So how many students do you have in the university, and then how do you make sure that each and every student get to know about the kind of project which you are doing? Because I'm sure that all the students must not be having the access to the projects.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how are you managing to spread the information, this kind of such a good thing which you are doing?
Yes,
How
ma'am.
are you spreading this information among the students in the university?
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for this question. So what we have done is we are doing it in a phased manner, madam. Like first, this I had started in my college this concept, so that batch wise the students every year, because ours is a semester system, and we have a group of batch of students, and they are brought to the scene, and they are where they are explained the concepts, and then they are made to physically experience also. So batch wise we try to do, so that every student has an idea of how we can help in the concept of reverse osmosis.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. Chitra Devi, on strengthening sustainability education through outcome-based learning. Dr. Chitra Devi. Dr. Chitra Devi, are you there?
hello? Hello?
Yes.
The
Okay.
previous presentation.
I would like to
Adam
call our
Manan.
next presenter, Mr. Venkat Subramaniam Ganpati, on AI ethics in environmental auditing for sustainable corporate governance, transparency and accountability issues. Mr. Ganpati, are you there?
Hello.
Okay.
Ma, shall I ask my question?
Wait, the question, if the time permit us, we will ask question. We will have a question answer round at the end of the this presentation. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I think Mr. Venkatesh Subramaniam is also not there, and now I'm calling Dr. Sujata Govindraj on topic codified and non-codified traditional healthcare systems of India.
Now I am here, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Chitra Devi.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Sujata Govindraj has started, so I'll call after her. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Dr. Sujata, you may proceed.
Yeah, greetings to everyone. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Fine.
Please show.
Yeah, is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, I'm going to discuss about the codified and non-codified traditional healthcare systems of India, which are essential for preserving the indigenous knowledge for sustainable global health. Actually, India possesses one of the oldest healthcare traditions in the world, Traditional medicine integrates culture, spirituality, biodiversity, and healing practices. And these traditional systems are broadly classified into codified and non-codified traditions, which are important for sustainable and holistic healthcare. So this knowledge is developed through generations, which is based on natural healing principles, and it includes preventive as well, curative healthcare practices, and it is closely linked with the local biodiversity and community practices. So what is a codified traditional system? It is a formally documented system in classical texts. Scientifically, it is being organized with diagnostic and therapeutic principles. It possesses institutional education and government recognitions available for it, and standardized pharmacopoeias and treatment protocols are available for codified traditional systems. And this system includes Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Yoga, and Naturopathy, homeopathy, which are all governed under Ayush framework. Ayurveda, as we all know, it is the balance of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And this has been elaborately discussed in Charaka Shamhita and Sushrita Samhita textbooks. And Siddha system has originated from Tamil Nadu, and this is based on the balance of Vadam, Pittam, and Kapha. And Siddha system of medicine uses herbs, minerals, and lifestyle regulation in healing practices. And Unani is based on the four humors theory, which includes the blood, phlegm, and the black and the yellow bites. And the yoga emphasizes physical, mental, and spiritual harmony, whereas naturopathy promotes natural healing methods. Next is the non-codified traditional systems of medicine. In this case, the knowledge is transmitted orally across generations. They are region-specific and community-based practices. It includes the folk medicine, tribal medicine, and ethno-medicine, and a strong dependence on medicinal plants and natural resources. Traditional healers play a major role in the rural healthcare and indigenous knowledge of medicinal plants. They use roots, barks, leaves, and other plant parts for herbal formulations. And they follow the cultural and spiritual healing practices. So what is the comparison between a codified and non-codified systems? Codified is actually well documented, whereas non-codified is the knowledge is transmitted only orally. It lacks documentation. And codified system is a standardized one, whereas the non-codified is practiced locally. And codified has institutional recognition, whereas the non-codified system is informal community practice. But both the systems contribute to healthcare diversity. Global relevance of Indian traditional medicine. There is a growing demand for herbal and holistic medicine. It supports preventive healthcare and wellness, and they are potential sources for drug discovery, and they contribute to the integrative medicine globally. What are the challenges and threats in these systems of medicine? Loss of indigenous knowledge, biopiracy, and intellectual property concerns, lack of scientific validation for many practices, and declining interest among younger generations. Conservation and documentation strategies. The scientific documentation of traditional knowledge is essential. Community participation in conservation is vital, and protection of medicinal biodiversity is needed. And policy supports and digital knowledge repositories are essential. Future perspectives, integration of traditional and modern healthcare systems, evidence-based validation of therapies, sustainable healthcare development, and promotion of global health equity through indigenous wisdom. And lastly, to conclude, both the codified as non-codified systems are vital healthcare assets. They preserve cultural heritage and biodiversity knowledge, and they are important for sustainable and affordable healthcare practices. And both the systems are needed for the global collaboration and interdisciplinary research. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata, for your wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call Dr. Chitra Devi.
I am here. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. You can share your screen.
Okay, okay. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you.
Respected
Kindly do the slideshow.
Okay.
Slideshow on the top after animation.
Yeah.
From beginning.
Animations.
From beginning, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
First option.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Respected Ribi ma'am and chairperson ma'am. I am Dr. Devi from Debras College, Golaghat, Assam. Today I am going to present my paper on strengthening sustainability education through outcome-based learning approaches. So I'll just read the major points. Here, introduction, the 21st century has witnessed unprecedented environmental degradation, climate change, depletion of natural resources, biodiversity loss, economic inequality, and social instability. These global challenges have intensified the need of sustainable development and responsible citizen. Education has emerged as one of the most powerful instruments for addressing these concerns and fostering sustainable futures. Sustainability education.
Excuse me. You can just leave the introduction part and you can just go to the next slides, please.
Okay, objectives of the study. The major objectives of the study are to examine the concept and importance of sustainable education, analyze the principles and features of outcome-based education, to explore the relationship between the sustainability and outcome-based education or approaches, to identify pedagogical strategies for integrating sustainability and competencies into teaching learning process, then to examine the challenges associated with that, and to provide recommendations for strengthening sustainability education through outcome-based learning. Here I have taken, this study is basically narrative and descriptive and analytical in nature, and I took secondary data from the different books, journals, policy documents, reports, and from international organizations, educational frameworks, and scholarly articles related to sustainable development and outcome-based education. And the I added the qualitative approach for is done the study. So I would like to go directly to the findings of the study. Okay, to examine the concept and importance and sustainability of education, this was my first objectives, and under that I have found that the sustainable education promotes environmental, social, economic, and ethical awareness. It actually develops the responsible citizens through education and try to test the different types of sustainable lifestyles. It enhances critical thinking, informed decision making, the supports the achievements of sustainable development goals. Then the second objective was to analyze the principles and features of outcome-based education, and I have found that the OB is the learner-centered and competency-based learning, and it focuses on clearly defined and measurable learning outcomes. It emphasizes active learning, continuous assessment, and skill development. It promotes accountability and quality in education. Then the third objective was to explore the relationship between sustainability education and OBE. Both approaches focus on competency development and practical application. OBE provides measurable outcomes for sustainability competencies. Then they encourage experiential, participatory, and application-based learning also. OBE strengthens sustainability learning through continuous assessment. Then fourth objective was to identify pedagogical strategies for integrating sustainability competencies, and I have found that one of the best methods is project-based method. Then experiential and inquiry-based learnings are also effective strategies. Interdisciplinary collaborative approaches enhance sustainability understanding. Then technology integration is utmost important, and community engagement support competency. And then learner-centered methods improve practical and critical thinking skills. The fifth objective was to examine challenges in implementing outcome-based sustainability education, and I have found that the teachers' training and resources limitation hinders the implementation. Then curriculum overload and assessment difficulties also create some barriers. Resistance to change and inadequate policy support also affect adoption. Then time and administrative constraints reduce effectiveness. And then sixth objective was to provide recommendations. Then I have give some recommendations to just like reform curricula to integrated sustainability competencies, then strengthen teachers training and professional development. It's highly important. Adopt competency-based assessment practices and to promote experiential learning, technological use, and supportive policies. Now I really like to go to the conclusion portion that this study concludes that sustainability education is essential
for developing environmentally aware, socially responsible, ethical conscious learners capable of addressing competency global challenges. It promotes critical thinking, responsible citizenship, and sustainable lifestyles are necessary for long-term societal well-being. The study further reveals that outcome-based education provides an effective framework for implementing sustainability education through learner-centered teaching, competency development, measurable learning outcomes, and practical application of knowledge. The integration of sustainability education with OB supports the development of key sustainability competencies among the learners. The finding also indicate that pedagogical approaches such as project-based learning, experiential learning, collaborative learning, and interdisciplinary teaching also gives different types of impact in that system of education. Therefore, the study recommends curriculum reform, teachers' capacity building, pedagogical practice, then institutional support, continuous evaluation to strengthen outcome-based sustainability education. We can say overall integrating sustainability education with outcome-based education can contribute significantly for the qualitative development of the education and make the citizens responsible one for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra Devi, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Now,
you.
I would like to call our next presenter, Kehinde Grace Odeuson, on decolonizing community memory archives through digital humanities for living heritage preservation in Yoruba communities of Nigeria. Dr. Kehinde Grace Odeuson.
Okay, good day, everyone. Good day, the host. Can you hear me? And can you see my screen? Please confirm, can you hear me and can you see my screen?
Yes, it's okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, good everyone. I am Dr. Emmanuel Aweda, and I will be presenting on behalf of Dr. Kendi Adeosun and Professor Comfort Onifade. And I'm talking about decolonizing. This is what I'm going to talk about, so I'll go straight. This presentation actually talks about how digital humanities can contribute to preserving Yoruba community memory archives while avoiding the reproduction of colonial archival practices. So it proposes a decolonial and community-governed framework for preserving living heritage systems in Nigeria. For context, the Yoruba tribe is one of the largest tribes in West Africa. So the world is experiencing unprecedented growth in digital heritage initiatives. However, questions of ownership, representation, and governance remain unresolved, especially in post-colonial texts. So there's a key question that can heritage be digitally preserved without losing community ownership and meaning? So most preservation frameworks have been developed in contexts that differ significantly from African realities. So this creates a mismatch between preservation systems and living heritage traditions. And that is why we have a wide gap and a difference between the conventional model and the Nigerian reality. So by the time we look at the existing scholarship focus, there are some key missing elements. These existing frameworks inadequately explain how living community memory systems can be digitally preserved without reproducing colonial archival structures. So we need to move beyond digitization toward epistemic justice, community custodianship, participatory activities, and digital repatriations. So archives are political, but technologies are not neutral. Metadata reflects power relations. Decolonial humanities encourages us to ask who produces this knowledge, who controls the archives, and whose voices are amplified or marginalized. And so data sovereignty is beginning to shift the discussion from access alone to questions of governance and ownership. Once again, communities should retain the authority, that's the argument, over cultural knowledge and digital representations. So bringing it home, who controls the digitized Yoruba language? Now, we need to understand the Yoruba living heritage. It's a very rich cultural heritage. I want to explain all the features because of paucity of time, but these traditions function as living memory systems, and therefore they require preservation approaches that maintain context and community meaning. The challenge is not simply technological, okay? It is fundamental about governance, representation, and power. Because of the paucity of time, I can't go through everything and read out everything, but it's important to know that preservation often occurs without empowerment. And this is a challenge that must be addressed. And so a decolonized community heritage system is being introduced and proposed. And this framework places community at the center rather than institutions. So going by this illustration, the community knowledge holders come top and ends with intergenerational knowledge transmission. And so if you look at the framework components, each community addresses a specific limitation identified in current preservation models. It must be people-centered, ethical, and the preservation must be sustainable. So when we talk about contribution to global debates, the framework has implications not just for Nigeria or for the Yoruba culture, but it can contribute to global discussions on digital justice and heritage governance. This framework speaks to global calls for equity, justice, and inclusion in the digital heritage ecosystem. So looking at the theoretical contribution, this framework shifts digital humanities from the already traditional digital humanities sector or from the technological preservation toward the socially embedded heritage governance, which is the proposed decolonial digital heritage. And this has some implications because it means that this implementation requires collaboration among governments, among researchers, heritage institutions, and the communities. Collaboration is essential for sustainable digital heritage features. So what are the key takeaways? We are saying that sustainable digital preservation requires community-governed and epistemically just heritage systems. Heritage is living. Archives are maybe political, okay? So, but while archives are political and reflect power, community must govern memory and data. Digital preservation must be decolonized so as to be truly inclusive. These are some of the selected key references. Now, what we are saying is that let us together build digital futures, not just for the Yoruba culture, but globally for various communities and various tribes and races. Let us build digital futures rooted in justice, memory, and community, not just in technology. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Emmanuel Delimula Veda, for your presentation and your sharing your knowledge. Now, the next presenter that I want to call is Dr. Rhoda Basco Galanco. Is she there? Dr. Rhoda Basco Galanco. Okay, the next presenter after her is Miss Pallavi VN. Are you there? Miss Pallavi VN, Srishti S. Mugar, Vatsal Sripalli, Dr. Rajeshwari, are you there?
Ma'am, could you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah. Kindly share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I'll share. Ma'am, can you see my slides, ma'am?
Yes. It's a request, kindly skip the initial ones.
Yes, ma'am.
The topic and conclude the your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Today, I am excited to present my research paper titled From Technostress to Botanical Alleviation. We live in a world of unlimited connectivity and perpetual screen time. This isn't just exhausting, but it drives a systemic crisis called technostress, which is inability to cope with the real-time digital demands, forcing our bodies into a chronic damaging life cycle hyperarousal. So digital fatigue is a biological state with a clear four-phase loop, which starts with screen exposure, disrupting the melatonin, and which triggers the HPA axis to release excess of cortisol, which causes the oxidative stress and neuroinflammation, which ultimately leads to cognitive decline. So instead of relying on synthetic short-term fixes that just mask the symptoms, we propose building a long-term resilience using functional herbal teas. These blends offer a mild and highly effective delivery system to support stress balance, protect against oxidation, and provide neuroprotection all at once. To achieve this, we developed a comprehensive matrix mapping specific super powerful botanicals like tulsi, mint, cinnamon, and nutmeg against their exact therapeutic targets from HPA regulation to gut axis health. So our first powerhouse ingredient is tulsi. As you can see in the graph, while a normal stress response spikes and crashes, tulsi acts as an adaptogen to smooth out that curve. Its bioactives prevent cortisol hypersecretion and protect the immune system from digital overload. The next is mint, which targets the cognitive agility. Its active compounds modulate the neurotransmitter release and suppress oxidative stress in hippocampus. We can also target the gut-brain axis using cinnamon and bay leaves. Cinnamon neutralizes the free radicals caused by prolonged screen time, while bay leaves modulate the gut microbiome and acts as natural anti-inflammatory agent. For deep restoration, we include black turmeric and nutmeg. Black turmeric is highly effective at blocking pro-inflammatory cytokines, while nutmeg enhances sleep quality and prevents the accumulation of plaque associated with memory loss. So, innovation isn't just about what we use, but how we source it. We utilize discarded orange, lemon, and lime peels through a green extraction process. This agro waste yields incredibly high levels of polyphenols and vitamin C, matching commercial health drinks while protecting the planet. We also address computer vision syndrome. The excessive use of screen reduces our blink rate dramatically, causing dry and tired eyes. So, the 20-20-20 behavioral rule actually helps as our botanical formula provides a biochemical blockade using anthocyanins to block inflammation and defend against blue light damage. To make this effective, we also utilize entourage effect where we add black pepper to drastically increase the bioavailability of the other herbs, and we also solve the bitter taste of these nutrients by using ginger and mint to ensure a refreshing flavor profile. Finally, our model embraces a circular economy loop from sustainable harvesting and upcycling juice industry waste to utilizing biodegradable packaging. We ensure that protecting human health doesn't come at the cost of planetary health. In conclusion, the botanical therapy is more than just a lifestyle choice. It is a scientifically validated blueprint for maintaining cognitive and physiological health in an increasingly digital world. These are some of the references. Finally, I thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present and Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence for allowing me to present this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to know, the conclusion which you have given. Have you actually tested by putting up these ingredients into this thing, or it's just a secondary review?
Ma'am, actually we made 2 or 3 premixes like this and we tried, ma'am. We are yet to do some formulations.
How many people have you tried it as?
Ma'am, it is just with my classmates, like 10 to 15 people we just tried, ma'am.
Okay, so did you make some criteria that on what basis they told you that which one is better and how? If you can just elaborate a little bit on that.
Ma'am, sensory evaluation we have done with that, ma'am.
All right, and who are the authors along with you? Are they your guides or who are they?
My research guide is there, ma'am.
All right.
Dr.
So
Rajesh.
what is your thesis topic?
It is the functional herbal tea premixes for stress relief and digital detox.
And how have you made these pictures which you have used on your slides?
Ma'am, these are just generated from Notebook LM.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Pallavi, for sharing your knowledge with us. And now I would like to call next presenter, Mr. Sukhvinder Singh, on consumer acceptance of algorithmic advertising, the role of trust and perception. Mr. Sukhvinder Singh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Let me just share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay. Greetings to all those who are present here. So today I'm going to present my paper on consumer acceptance of algorithm advertising. The role of trust and perception while choosing anything to buy using these algorithmic advertisement. So I have done few of the searches over there for presenting that paper. Unable to move my slide. Yeah. So the background of the algorithmic advertisement landscape is the first thing that is the promise, and the second one the concern. The promise that improves the relevance, engagement, and targeting the efficiency. The concern is most of the time what we have seen is the privacy, transparency, and manipulation concern effect that we have seen in many of the things while buying anything online, the advertisement that are coming on us on all the social media platform. The key factor is trust is what determines whether the consumer engage or disengage. It's all depending upon the trust, the only factor. So the trust can be gained. So what prior research tell us, and what are the few of the research gaps that we found is, the first thing is transparency, and that really matters. And the second one, we already discussed, that trust drives the behavior. And third one, the most relevant one, is the emotional relevance. Whichever ad is coming to us, whichever ad we are watching on any of the social media platform. So if we are having any emotional connect with it, then only we are going to buy or change the perception. So few of the shortfalls, what we have seen in most of the studies, that is Indian context gap. Most of the study that has been done till now is mainly focused on the Western markets. So there are some combined variable gaps, but the meaning is we have seen few of the researches on the purchase intention, or sometimes we have seen few of the researches on the engagement separately. But combined trust and user perception study has not been done yet, so we are focused on that only. So third one is transparency concerns. So AI-driven advertising raises privacy and manipulation concern. We have discussed these things, but limited studies examine how these affect the trust. So quantitative modeling gap. Few studies use quantitative models to examine advertising perception, trust, and purchase intentions are made in this week. So we are working on it also. So what are the research objectives and hypotheses that we have? Three objectives that we are working on is examining user perception regarding algorithm-driven personalized ad. We have used the term as ADPA, analyze the impact of trust on consumer acceptance of algorithmic advertisement, studying the relationship between advertising acceptance and purchase intention. Yeah, and this is our conceptual framework where we have seen that, yes, if the user perception and trust is there, both are positive, then only consumer acceptance of all the algorithmic advertisement is there. So if there is positive user perception and yes, trust is there, then only a consumer can go for purchase or make his purchase intention. So we have, this is my research, design, and data collection. So design is quantitative, descriptive and analytics, structure questionnaire based with 5-point Richter scale. Sample, we have used about 200 valid responses from student, professional, social media, those who are relevant or those who are perpetual on these social media websites and using these kind of advertisement, consuming these kind of advertisement precisely. So 4 constructs item, ADPA, that I have told you earlier, user perception, trust, purchase intentions. So the tools that I use is SPSS and Smart PLS. So these are the few of the key statistical findings, which we have found that all the 3 hypotheses confirm that yes, there is a positive relationship between trust, ADPA, and UP. So what the data has revealed is trust is a stronger predictor. Perception drives acceptance, and acceptance boosts the purchase intention. So if these all 3 hypotheses should be positive, then only a person will make his intentions towards the purchase. Few of the implications, limitation, and future scope that we are seeing, practical implication like improved transparency in personalized advertisement, personalized like tailored information, what we are getting on our pages, on our social media pages, what we are going through whole day. So strengthen trust through ethical data practices, avoid excessive repetitive targeting, design informative, relevant consumer-centered ads. Limitations here that limited to social media user only. So quantitative approach only, selected variables only. Future scope include privacy concern, emotional engagement, perceived manipulation, and brand loyalty. Comparative studies across industries and demography are counted. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sukhvinder, for sharing your knowledge. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. Suganya, on evaluation of graphics design tool utilizing in technology-enabled learning environments. Dr. Suganya?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Start with your presentation.
Hello, everyone. My presentation topic is evaluation of graphic design tool utilization in technology-enabled learning environment. Graphic design has become essential skill. Over the years, many new graphic tools have emerged. At the same time, learning is no longer limited to classrooms. Students frequently learn new software through YouTube tutorials, online courses, and self-exploration. As a result, the graphic design learning environment has become more diverse and technology-driven. Although many graphic tools are available today, there are several important questions yet to be explored. The aim of the study is to evaluate the utilization of graphic design tools among higher education students enrolled in computer graphics related courses and examine the alignment between curriculum practice and industry requirements. The objectives were framed to achieve the proposed aim. To understand why students use certain graphic tools, this study employs the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, commonly known as UT-AUT framework. That include performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating conditions. Together, these factors influence students' intention and actual utilization of graphic design tool. This study adopted a mixed method research design, utilizing both quantitative and qualitative approach. The phase 1 findings revealed that Photoshop and Illustrator were the most frequent prescribed graphic design software across the reviewed curricula. The phase 2 survey sample size is 385, which is the required sample size at 95% confidence level and a 5% of margin of error for unknown number of population. Though Adobe Photoshop and Illustrator were the most prescribed graphic design tool in curriculum, the most used by the students was Canva. Findings based on UT-AUT. I'll just skip to the key findings. In terms of performance efficiency, students perceived Photoshop and Illustrator as more effective for producing professional quality design work. For effort expectancy, Canva scored the highest because students found it easier to learn and use. Regarding social influence, educators, peers, and academic curricula strongly encourage the adoption of Photoshop and Illustrator. Under facilitating condition, Photoshop and Illustrator had strong support through formal coursework, while Canva gained popularity due to its accessibility and availability of online tutorials. Overall, students demonstrated a stronger behavioral intention to continue using Photoshop and Illustrator for professional and career-related purposes. However, Canva often serves as the entry point for beginners before they move on to more advanced design software. Interview with students who use all three graphic design tools reveal that each tool serves a different purpose in the design workflow. Overall, students choose tools based on the nature of the work, the level of quality required, and the time available. The in-depth interview again confirmed that while Canva offers more convenience and accessibility, Photoshop and Illustrator are generally perceived as more suitable for advanced and professional design work. Interview with educators highlighted that Photoshop and Illustrator continue to be the primary tools used for teaching graphic design because they support the development of fundamental design skills and professional competencies. Interview with industry professionals emphasize that portfolio quality and design thinking are often more important than expertise in a specific tool. Many professionals also highlighted the growing importance of AI assisted design tools in modern creative workflow. Across all stakeholder groups, AI was generally viewed as a tool that can enhance productivity and streamline design workflows. Overall, participants agreed that AI is a valuable support tool while human creativity remains indispensable. To conclude, the findings suggest that effective graphic design education in the Education 5.0 era should balance industry standard software, accessible learning tool, and AI-enabled competencies. Such an approach can help bridge the gap between curriculum, student learning practices, and industry expectations, ultimately preparing students for the future workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suganya, for sharing your expertise with us. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. Naseeb Kumar, on emotional intelligence, anxiety, depression, and stress among adolescent students, a correlational study. Dr. Naseeb Kumar. I think he's not there. Now our next presenter is Dr. Anupam Bansal. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. And the topic is NEP 2020 and beyond.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah. Now, it's a request, please be precise in your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Your screen is not visible. Yeah, it's visible now. I will do the slideshow.
Yeah, ma'am. 1 minute.
Now on the top, it is there, slideshow. Yes.
Ma'am, my voice is audible.
Yes, it's audible.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Anupam Bansal, Assistant Professor at Mangalam University, Gurugram. So, I will present my research titled National Education Policy 2020, Addressing Equity, Quality, and Employability, Global Standards and Implementation. Basically, National Education Policy 2020 is India's most comprehensive educational reform in over 3 decades, aiming to transform education for the demands of 21st century. So firstly, I have the overview of my research article, which includes 6 key areas. Number one is evolution of education policies in India. Second one is current challenges in education. Third one is major government interventions. Next one is key reforms under National Education Policy 2020. And next one is comparison with global standards. And last one is future directions and implementation priorities. So first, I have start with India's educational reforms journey. Began with the Kothari Education Commission, 1964-66, followed by the National Policy on Education, 1986-92, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, and Right to Education. While these all initiatives expanded access, but faces many challenges such as unequal opportunities, inadequate infrastructure, teacher shortages, and skill gap persisted. So, NEP 2020 makes a significant shift from access focused education to a learner centered, competency based, and holistic approach, which is more a skill oriented education system. So, key challenges in Indian education. Despite increased enrollment, learning outcomes remain a concern. According to Annual Status Education Report 2022, over 25% of grade 5 students in rural India couldn't read, and also there are shortage of teachers, inadequate infrastructure, and exam oriented curriculum, and purely it's rote learning instead of its critical thinking and problem solving. There are many government initiatives before NEP 2020, but NEP 2020 take a transformative change in the education system. So key reforms of NEP 2020 are, first one is the curriculum structure, which is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 curriculum framework. And that means first 5 years for the foundational stage, and next 3 years for the preparatory stage, next 3 for the middle, and the last 9 to 12 grades are for secondary stage. And the key reforms of national education policies: number one is mother tongue instruction, teaching in local language till grade 5, vocational training from class 6 onwards, holistic assessment, which includes competency based evaluation, replacing rote based high stakes exams. Next one is teacher development. Here, continuous professional development and growth of the teachers, digital inclusion like Diksha and Swam platforms, which are the LMS of government LMSs and other national education technology forums, equity and inclusion. These are the major key reforms of national education policy, and also national education policy 2020 aligned with our the global standards. Here are I take some points from the few case studies, like the country Finland, which is famous for its good education system, that is equity and well-being. So national education policy is also aligned with the this Finland education system. Second one is Singapore, innovation and critical thinking. National education policy aligned with uh, coding, computational thinking, competency based assessment. Third one is Canada, learner centered approach, which resonate with NEP 2020 with flexible learning pathways. Germany, which is good in a vocational education model, parallels and national education policies, skill based education. And South Korea, technology enabled learning align with India's digital education initiatives. Thus, National Education Policy 2020 combines international best practices with India's unique educational context. The way forward is mainly about the implementation of the national education policies. There is many key challenges for the implementation of national education policies, which includes national education policy recommends public investment in education at 6% of GDP. And moving forward, priorities include stronger implementation mechanisms, improved digital infrastructure, assessment reforms, teacher capacity building, and multi-stakeholder collaboration and continuous monitoring. So to conclude, I would like to say that National Education Policy 2020 provides a transformative framework built on equity, quality, affordability, accountability, and inclusion. It aligns closely with global educational goals and prepares learners with the skills needed for the future. However, its success will depend upon sustained funding, effective implementation, and collaborative efforts across all levels of the educational system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anupam, for your presentation and sharing knowledge with us. I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. Umail Moses and Alidu Baban on artificial intelligence and personalized learning for inclusive science education in secondary schools in Kogi State, Nigeria. Dr. Umail Moses and Alidu Baban. Next presenter is Dr. Alarip Mary. Alarip Mary.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, I'm here. Good evening,
Can you share your
everyone.
screen? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Please, I would like to present, but not sharing my slide because I can't. Please. Hello?
The digital one, because I have name in the list.
Hello?
Hello, Rimi madam.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I'm presenting now. My name is Alaribe Merit Tochukwu from Nigeria. I'm a lecturer at Avanikoku Federal University of Education, Owerri, Imo State, Nigeria. The title of my study is Competency Capacity Building Needs of Teachers in the Management of Computer-Assisted Instruction for Effective Teaching of Agriculture to Pupils. At the primary school, teachers spend a lot of time and energy teaching pupils agriculture concepts and detailed information to enable them acquire knowledge, attitudes, and productive skills in agriculture. The teachers find it cumbersome to attend to individual learners' struggles to learn, their learning styles, speed, and attention span. The teachers can do better in teaching agriculture to pupils if they can use computer-assisted instruction to engage pupils in agriculture studies. This is one of the reasons the school administrators in the area of study supplied computers and other hardwares to the schools. Though the teachers were given orientation through training on how to operate and use the computers in facilitating teaching or teaching experience, the experience of the researcher reveals that the teachers find it difficult to use computers in facilitating computer-assisted instruction in teaching agriculture to pupils. The purpose of this study is to determine and to identify competency capacity building needs of the teachers and the management of computer-assisted instruction for effective teaching of agriculture to pupils. Specifically, this study sought to determine capacity building needs of the teachers in planning activities, implementation activities, and evaluation activities in the management of computer-assisted instruction in teaching agriculture to pupils. Management in this study concerns planning activities in computer-assisted instruction, implementing the planned activities in the classroom as well as in their school farm laboratories, and then evaluation activities to find out if the stated objectives are achieved. 3 research questions guided the study. Design for the study was descriptive survey. This study was carried out in Owerri West and Owerri North local government areas of Imo State, Nigeria. Population for the study was 105 teachers in the study area. Sample for the study was 201, obtained through proportionate 20% stratified random sampling technique. Instrument used for the study was questionnaire, which was divided into 3 sections, section A, B, and C. The questionnaire was validated by 3 experts. Cronbach alpha method was utilized to determine the reliability of the questionnaire items, which yielded a coefficient value of 0.83, 0.80, and 0.82 respectively for sections A, B, and C. 201 copies of the questionnaire were administered to respondents in the various schools through the help of 2 research and collected within 3 weeks. Data collected were analyzed using weighted mean and improvement needed index to answer the research questions. It was found out from the study that the teachers needed improvement on the identified competency items. Based on the findings of the study, it was recommended that the identified items should be packaged and utilized by relevant stakeholders, such as government, school management board, proprietors, and others for the retraining of the teachers in computer-assisted instruction for effective teaching of agriculture to pupils. The retraining program can be in form of seminars, workshops, or short duration courses to help build the competency of the teachers in the management of computer-assisted instruction for effective teaching of the pupils. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mary, for your presentation and sharing your knowledge with us. Now I would like to call our next participant, Dr. Oluwatien Rachel, on the topic speech-to-text apps are not enough. Why we need AI-powered real-time Nigerian Sign Language interpretation in mainstream classrooms. Dr. Oluwatien Rachel.
Good evening from Nigeria.
Good evening. Dr. Remy, can you please share the latest list with me because I don't have the names.
Okay,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry.
There are only
I'm
3
sorry. I'm
presenters
using
left,
phone
including the current one, Rachel.
Right.
I'm sorry. I couldn't share my slide because I'm using my phone. But I've
No
been using
issue.
my
Just
laptop.
introduce your topic and give me the and share the conclusion, your findings of the study.
Okay. This is a position paper. I'm Ogunwale Oluwatoyin Rachel from Federal College of Education, Special Oyo, Nigeria, presenting a paper titled Speech to Text App Are Not Enough. Why we need AI real-time Nigeria Sign Language interpretation in mainstream classroom. No, like I told you that I'm from Education for Learners with Hearing Impairment. I'm a professional in education for learners with hearing impairment. So my concern is on sign language, AI for persons with hearing impairment. Speech-to-text captioning improves access, but is insufficient for inclusive education. So this paper advocates AI-powered real-time Nigeria Sign Language interpretation with ethical safeguards and community involvement. In 2025, Nigeria education policies promoted sign language instruction and integration into teacher training programs. Most mainstream teachers are not proficient in sign language, and Nigeria also faces a severe shortage of certified sign language interpreters. So we have a lot of limitations of speech to text, which involve cognitive overload, accuracy challenge, lack of emotional and paralinguistic information, difficulty in multi-party discussion, and poor handling of code switching. And speech to text have a cognitive overload on learners with hearing impairment. Deaf learners must read caption, watch teachers, view visual materials, and take notes simultaneously. So it's a challenge for persons with hearing impairment. AI-powered Nigerian Sign Language interpretation, is teacher speech is translated directly into Nigerian Sign Language using real-time 3D avatars. So Nigeria needs to innovate sign language in Nigerian language, which recognize the system, digital gesture assistive devices, and talk signs. Then the conversation is very, very important. AI system must be co-designed with deaf researchers, linguists, and Nigeria deaf community. Therefore, it is recommended that ethical AI framework needs to be in place, mandatory Nigerian Sign Language teacher training for persons with hearing impairment, and Nigerian Sign Language development is very crucial. And national assistive technology centers must be in place, and continued interpreters training is germane. So in conclusion, AI sign language interpretation can complement human interpreters and improve inclusive education when developed ethically. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Rachel,
Hello.
for your
Okay.
presentation. Now,
Okay.
I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. Sripanna Guha, on the digital democratization of supply chain management and meta-analysis. Dr. Sripanna Guha. Dr. Sripanna? Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, please, it's a request. Kindly introduce and conclude and share us with the conclusion of your presentation.
I have shared my screen. The relationship between the sustainability and the paper titled The Algorithm of Labor and the Informal Employment System, examining the socio-economic effects of the gig economy. Now, economic sustainability and the gig economy creates a flexible employment opportunities and income generation avenues, particularly in the developing economies, where the formal employment opportunities are limited. Algorithmic labor platform can enhance the labor market efficiency by matching the worker with the task in the real time. However, concern arise regarding the income instability, lack of job security, absence of social protection, and wage volatility. These factors challenge the long-term economic sustainability of gig workers and may perpetuate the informal employment structures rather than facilitating inclusive economic growth. Now, the key issues are income insecurity, absence of retirement and the insurance benefit, dependence on the platform of algorithms, unequal distribution of economic gains, and the social sustainability focuses on equity, worker welfare, and the social inclusion. The gig workers often experience a precarious working condition due to the algorithmic management systems that determine the task allocation, ratings, and compensation. The lack of labor rights, collective bargaining mechanisms, and the social security coverage can increase the social inequalities. Slides are not changing. 1 second. Now the research objectives, these are my research objectives, mainly to analyze the
Your
impact
slides are
of...
not changing, ma'am.
Now it is coming?
No, kindly close it and share again.
Okay. Now it is
It is visible but not changing. You can give the presentation verbally. It is not changing.
I'm giving it in the presentation now.
No.
I don't know the reason because I'm using the
Leave it. You
everything.
can give your presentation verbally.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, this is my key findings.
Yeah, it's showing.
Yes. So the primary objective to examine how this gig economy reinforced or transferred the informal labor structure in the developing countries. And other objectives are to analyze the nature and extent of worker income instability, social insecurity, and lack of social protection in gig employment, to evaluate the role of digital platform and the algorithmic management in shaping the labor condition, and to assess the socioeconomic impact of the gig economy in the different demographic groups. Same problem. It is changing now. Can you see? Now the okay. So there are some hypotheses I have created. First one, that the gig economy in the underdeveloped countries significantly increased the labor informality rather than that the formal employment. Second one, the gig workers experience the higher income volatility and the job insecurity compared to the traditional workers. So for this study, I have used this different methodology. One is the mixed method approach, and also use the different secondary data for this analysis. Now the key findings. That digital extension of the informality and the weak labor protection we can see in case of gig economy, and the income instability, and there is a power platform and worker power imbalances. Now this study aligns with the several United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The first one, no poverty. Gig work provides the income opportunity for vulnerable population. Now the SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. It examines whether the platform-based work offers the decent employment condition. Now SDG 9, which indicate the industry innovation and the infrastructure, this focuses on the digital platforms and the technological innovation. SDG 10, reduce the inequalities, investigate the inequalities created or intensified by algorithmic management. And SDG 11, sustainable cities and the communities, consider the role of platform work in urban service delivery. So a significant gap in existing literature is the limited examination of whether algorithmic labor system contribute to the sustainable livelihood in developing economies. Most studies focus on employment generation, platform efficiency, while the fewer investigates the long-term sustainability implication of the worker in economic security, social inclusion, and environmental outcomes. Now, algorithmic control in terms of rating drives opportunities and opaque decision making and automated task allocation and control flexibility. So these are the main research gap, and these are certain points that I found in my paper, and suggested some of the questions that will be
arise at the end of this paper, that how do algorithmic labor practices in the gig economy affects economic security and the social well-being and environmental sustainability of the workers in this informal employment system, specifically in developing countries. Thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to present my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Sriparna, for sharing your research outcomes with us. And the last presenter of the technical session is Oshaf Ahmed. So is he present? Are you present? Are you there? Oshaf Ahmed on comparative analysis of sports emotional intelligence among cricketers and baseball players. Ashwak, I think he's not there. So, ma'am, can we conclude?
Yes, I think we should go ahead. Its energies are already very down.
Yes.
It's going to be 12
So,
now.
yeah, ma'am. So it's my privilege to invite our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Savita Sharma, to provide us with her concluding thoughts and reflections on the topic discussed during this session. Ma'am.
Thank you. So, my gratitude to Dr. Anura Anchal ma'am, Dr. Sandeep, other organizing team members, distinguished delegates, presenters, and the session moderator, Ms. Rimi. So I'm glad to be the session chair for such a wonderful international conference on Education 5, Navigating Digital Transformations, AI Ethics, and the Future of Work, organized by International Council for Education, Research, and Training. As we come to the conclusion of this intellectually enriching technical session, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the presenters for their insightful contributions and thought-provoking deliberations. Today's session has truly reflected the transformative spirit of Education 5.0, emphasizing human-centric technology, sustainability, ethics, inclusivity, and innovation. The wide range of presentations showcased how emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and generative AIs are increasingly reshaping education, governance, workforce development, healthcare, environmental sustainability, and social well-being. At the same time, several presentations thoughtfully reminded us that technologically advancement must remain deeply rooted in ethics, human values, cultural preservations, and emotional well-being. We witnessed simultaneously discussions on AI ethics, digital wellness, sustainable development, indigenous healthcare systems, community heritage preservations, educational equity, personalized learning, and the strategic human capital development. Particularly noteworthy was the emphasis on the balancing technological progress with the human sensitivity. Whether through Ayurveda-informed frameworks for digital wellness, emotional intelligence among adolescents, sustainability education, and ethical accountability in governance and environmental auditing. The session also highlighted a critical reality of our times that innovation alone is not enough. Meaningful transformations requires responsible implementation, inclusive policy, trust, equity, and development of future-ready skills. The discussions around the employability, self-reliance, lifelong learning, and technology-enabled pedagogies strongly align with the global educational reforms and the aspirations of knowledge-driven society. I commend all the presenters for the quality of their scholarship, originality of thoughts, and commitment to addressing contemporary challenges through interdisciplinary approaches. Your research not only contributes to the academic disclosure, but also offers practical pathways for policymakers, educators, industry leaders, and the communities. I also extend my gratitude to the organizers, reviewers, technical team, and all the participants for making this session engaging and successful. The insightful questions and scholarly exchange have significantly enriched the dialogue. As we move forward, may the ideas shared in this inspire future collaborations, innovative research, and impactful actions towards building a more ethical, inclusive, sustainable, and human-centered future. Thank you all for your active participation and valuable contributions. I wish you continued success in your academic and professional endeavors. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, we were also asked to give or announce the best two papers. So on the basis of presentations, the slides which were made and the presentations, the way it was presented and the concept which was presented. Based on that, now before announcing, I would also like to tell you that, none of the research was, we could neglect them. Each of the present research was actually very, very fantastic. It was good. But because we had to take out only two names, so we have the names. But please don't think that, the names who have not come in the first two papers were not good. Actually, all the papers were really very, very good. Right. So now, today's two papers are number 499. That was from Technostress to Botanical Elevations, a review on functional herbal premixes for digital detox and cognitive support. That was presented by Ms. Pallavi. And the second best paper was presented by Mr. Emmanuel, Dr. Emmanuel, Decolonizing Community Memory Archives through Digital Humanities for Living Heritage Preservations in Yoruba Communities of Nigeria. So congratulations to both the presenters. And I think, Dr. Rimi, I think we can conclude the session now. Congratulations to the winners.
Congratulations to the winner. As we leave this session and continue our journey through this conference, let us carry forward the inspiration and knowledge gained here. Connections made and ideas exchanged will undoubtedly foster future collaborations and drive progress in our respective area of expertise. My sincere thanks to our presenters, our audience, and the conference organizers, and everyone who has contributed to the success of this technical session. I look forward to seeing the continued impact of the ideas and innovations that have been shared here today. Thank you, everyone. You all can leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.